Cool.
We had to go, right? We had to get this one up.
You're doing this. Feeling okay?
Yeah. That didn't start bothering me until later in the day.
Well, once you do the kicking thing done,
He says I feel a lot better. That
did you say activate too?
except for one day, a few weeks ago.
You were hurt that one day.
Yeah, other than that, it's just discomfort in my bladder. He says as soon as we get that shit out of there, I'm going to feel better.
Good.
Stick her up there, Doc.
Do it. Break them up. I'm all for it, right? Don't think break them up smaller if you can.
Yeah.
About 3 minutes.
I'm impressed.
I know. Well, it's an election year, maybe. Oh, we have 37 subscribers. Why can't I see what I'm trying to see? I do. Yep. Just point it around to, just point it around to whoever. Yep. We're up and running live. You can get audio and video. We have one watcher.
You got the
Broadcast, yeah, it's everywhere. Should be everywhere. I don't know if I'm going through that. I'm not going through that though. I don't even need that. Where I have a Wi-Fi connection.
no, you go right on the channel.
Yeah. See, this is in the studio. What I'm broadcasting on.
Is that dark right there? Is that how that is, or just the angle I'm looking at it?
It's the angle, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's the same as this guy.
It's this thing right here. That's everything.
I think it's fine though. That's okay. What? Now it's not. Yeah, it was fine. Sometimes if you go over there, you're going to get the glare from the window and it's going to throw it way too bright. So I think it's good. Now would have been a good time to broadcast that we're broadcasting on YouTube, so people who are here know about the select meeting, but I'm so unprepared.
I always thought that it was. That might not be a good idea to broadcast it because people can sit home instead of coming to the meeting.
Right. It's just a matter of telling people. I've had people ask.
Right.
I had my highest volume of watchers were 7 on the YouTube channel. But they're probably all here today if they're that interested.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest crowd I've seen. Might be interesting.
We are waiting for the rest of the people coming in to be able to vote or confirm their voting status. Find a seat. When Nick Lane is done, I will start the meeting.
Well, you always want to get here early.
Hey, I got a question for you. I'm buying this John Deere lawn tractor from a friend. He lives in Hartford, Maine. You know where that is?
Yeah, it's over by.
Livermore Falls, over in
Well, yeah.
beyond that, actually.
Something. Something's over that way.
Well, what I'm getting at is I don't have any way to get it home. I didn't know if I'd be able to borrow this big trailer. Is that big enough for something like that? It's 1,400 pounds.
Yeah, it'd probably be too big for a little green tree.
Right. It's one of those mid-range lawn tractors with a bucket.
Brother-in-law just got a KYM or something.
Yeah.
Over at Scott's and Vernon. Went over.
All right. Yeah.
It's like a 25, 26 horse.
Yeah, this one's 23, I think. So. But my other question is, do you think my Ford F-150 can pull that? It should be fine.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it should be fine, but I don't know. I've never pulled anything that big.
Yeah, it will. But the thing is, if you don't have trailer set up, you're great.
Which I have to replace those if they're getting down there.
We'll put a strain on your brakes. But use my truck. I'll do it.
Or if you want to take a day to road trip up there, I'll give you $400 or $500 for gas.
Yeah.
Buy you lunch.
That's not cheap either.
No, I know.
We're allowed to open that side door? No,
No,
sir.
no.
They're open for 5 minutes. You want
Well, with 5 minutes,
5 minutes. No.
I know, that's what we're worried about. All right, well, that's good. I appreciate that.
What's the time frame?
Probably not for another month. He bought a new one that can take all the equipment on and off easier, I guess. So he wants to get rid of it. He's getting older. He's like 65 or something. Yeah. So he wanted to get rid of his other one, and he knew I was looking. So, and it's got a snow blower too. That's kind of my key. I wanted the snow blower.
He's gonna get a loader.
Yep.
He's gonna get a snow blower. He's got a visuals for it from PTO.
Yep.
It's a nice tractor. It's made in Korea.
Right. I've seen those. I've seen it. I've been eyeing those too when I go by down here. The spot.
I know that guy.
Manchester.
Mr. Rivak.
Can't hear you. Does Dana know he's having this surprise thing going on?
Not sure. My friend Joe down in Cornish has a hinder he's had for years. That's Indian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he likes it.
There's so many
There's a bunch
weird,
of them.
weird
Coyote,
models. Yeah,
they're all made overseas,
probably. Yeah,
except for the great big ones.
right. Now, what's your feeling on the backhoes on those little ones? Are those worth anything?
Well, they're handy. You know,
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If I want to dig a little trench,
they're great for that. If you want to haul a stump out from a tree that's bigger,
you'd have to go all around
yeah,
and scoop it out. Right, right.
it'd be a lot of work. Even the size of like the 580 CK, you really have to dig around this big stump to get it out. You have to loosen it up.
Well, I've done all that by hand, so
Yeah.
a piece of equipment would be
right,
nice. I'm
right,
thinking,
exactly.
I have the patience to do that. I've dug them all out by hand before.
Yeah.
Go around, cut all the roots, put a tripod over them, and pull them out that way. I've done that for years.
It's a lot of work.
It is. It takes a long time. And the last one I did, I cut a hole through the middle of it and lit a fire in it. I just let a fire burn like almost all winter long. There's a little fire going on in there. I got most of it out of it.
Just gotta worry that it don't go out the roof.
Right. Well, that's why I did it in the winter, thinking it was at least going to keep it cool. Plus, I'm working from home, so I'm constantly checking on it. I won't tell you any other fire things I do.
No.
I don't know. Years ago, I got in trouble when I lived in the old house. I was burning leaves. I dug a hole, put the leaves in there. I was burning them like all day. Well, the whole neighborhood was covered with smoke. They were wet leaves, so they weren't like they were just kind of smoldering. So the whole place was covered with smoke, and my neighbor called the fire department. Well, you weren't. This was way before you would have joined, but they were driving all over the neighborhood looking for this fire, and it was just a little thing like this that was smoldering everywhere. And they came down our driveway, and they're like, "You got a fire going here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." I said, "It's just a little. Literally, it was a little thing." And so the whole fire department showed up and made me put it out because I didn't have a permit, but it wasn't like a farm fire either. And then I got the lecture from Dana about the fire without permit and all
I'm
that
surprised
stuff.
he didn't offer you to join the fire department.
He did offer to write me up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I could have just denied it and let you guys drive around town for another 3 hours. I said, but I wouldn't. I said, so hopefully you give me a break. I learned my lesson. I don't do that anymore without a permit, anyways.
Well, it helps us because if someone gets called in, we can say, I can look at my phone and say, oh yeah, we got a permit issued from such and such address.
Yeah. I mean, I could see the red lights going up the main road from the woods, and I never like thought about it, because it was so tiny. But it was just like a low smoke through the whole neighborhood. And of course, my neighbor at that time where Jason lived was a crazy bitch. So.
He didn't do that house.
No, he did. The woman who lived there before had a fab fabricated house there, whatever, modular. But she was crazy in every sense of the word. That's decent.
Still freaking coming in.
I know. What the heck?
It's the biggest crowd I've seen.
I haven't seen a crowd like this ever. I was going to get a. I told you I was going to go get my. Ronnie listening. I told you I was going to get a video capture card.
Oh, yeah?
And I get up to the corner and I realized that's what this does.
Oh.
I just hadn't had it on, so I didn't know it was capture. I think they saved like,
That's the warrant there. The warrant?
housekeeping items, sewer fireworks ordinance. Oh, all these other ordinances.
Do we have a warrant?
I was hoping, yeah, right here.
Okay.
That's what I was actually going to look for. Because I was curious. Maybe the broadband thing was kind of at the end. Almost at the end. 40 items. Well, 40 is to adjourn, so that's usually pretty quick.
I got a feel we'll be going.
Yeah,
Going beyond.
I bet. I've never seen this big a crowd here. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay. If I can have your attention. I think we finally got everybody registered. Everybody is registered, right? Was it eligible to be registered? Wow. It's been a long time since we had this kind of crowd. I knew that if they word get about how good the snacks are that they sell in the corner, we would draw a crowd, and clearly that has happened. Before we get to the formal part of the meeting, I'd like to recognize the selectmen who have a couple of awards to present.
Should be on.
Dana Dunn? Chief
Dana Dunn, representing this for outstanding service to the town of Vernon. Dana started his career in the town's fire department in 1968. By 1973, he'd been elected chief. Dana has a total of 53 years of service, 48 years as chief, until his retirement in 2021. Recognition for his selfless service to the town is hereby acknowledged by the town of Vernon in the presentation of the Spirit of America Award. Representative Miller?
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice to see such a large turnout at the town meeting after COVID. This is wonderful participation from the towns. I'm Representative Newman. Today I did a legislative sentiment for. I'll just read it, and then if there's anybody from neighbors driving neighbors, send it to them. I will present it to them and I display with it. State of Maine, be it known to all that we, the members of the Senate and House of Representatives, join in recognizing neighbors driving neighbors of Mount Vernon, recipients of the Spirit of America Foundation Award. The Spirit of America Foundation is established to encourage and promote volunteerism, and the foundation presents awards to honor local individuals, organizations, and projects of appreciation for community service. We extend our congratulations and best wishes, and be it ordered that this official expression of sentiment is set forth on behalf of the 130th Legislature and the people of the state of Maine.
Okay, official issues of welcome back to the town meeting, which actually started last Tuesday when you voted. I'm Steve Hayes, I'm your deputy moderator. I'm here to assist you in running an orderly town meeting. It's mostly driven by state law, but we also have rules of procedure. And traditionally we've used the Maine moderator's manual, and we'll let you vote on that. Is there anybody here who is not a registered voter in Mount Vernon? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Those folks are not allowed to speak without your express consent. And early in the meeting, there are two people who will need to be speaking because they work for you. And you'll probably want to hear what they have to say. And we'll get there. Manner of presentation. I will read each article before it's considered. If there are recommendations from selectmen, budget committee, I will let them speak first and get those recommendations. I will then seek an affirmative motion and a second, at which point in time the article is open for discussion. If there are different recommendations, I will allow proponents of each side to speak in turn. And to speak first. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I will recognize you. It's a little difficult, but I think we have a portable microphone that someone will hopefully, okay, we have that one as a portable microphone too. Wait till you get the microphone, because otherwise you're going to need a really healthy set of lungs to be heard by folks around here. Stand, state your name, so the folks know who you are, and then make your comments as directly and briefly as you possibly can. Direct all questions through me, and then I will try and find someone probably among the selectmen or town offices who can answer the question. But we don't want a whole lot of conversation back and forth in the crowd. It makes things get a little disorganized, particularly if more than one person speaks at a time. The other than those asked to answer questions, I will generally let everybody speak once before anybody speaks twice. That way everybody gets an opportunity to be heard. It is possible to amend a recommendation or a motion on the floor. And the only exceptions are, one of them doesn't apply here, which is if the number is actually stated in the article itself, it can only be amended down and not up. It's one of the reasons why most of these are phrased in form to see what amount should be approved. And the other one is ordinances. Ordinances have gone through a prior public hearing process, and today's vote will either be up or down. It's not possible to amend the substance of a proposed ordinance from the floor. That's part of the state law on ordinances. So when someone makes an amendment, that becomes the primary subject, and we will have debate on the amendment, a vote on the amendment. And if the vote on the amendment is done, we'll go back to the original pending motion. The means of voting. Most of the time we end up using a voice vote, and until that proves to be not workable because of the size of the crowd, or maybe some people with healthier lungs than others, it's not a matter of greatest volume that wins, it's a matter of greatest number of people voting. And if the voice vote doesn't work, then we'll go to a show of hands. And the selectmen will show that they can actually count above 10 to be able to help me count the vote, not to impose the voice. It is possible to have a division, but it doesn't really work well, at least in this particular context. There is one circumstance where we already know there's going to be a need for a written ballot, which is one of the reasons why all of you have to stop and register and get your ballot. At the end, there will be an article that, based on your prior votes, is necessary to meet a element of state law in terms of what the town is allowed to exceed a certain very old formula in terms of raising taxes. And you will have to, at the end of that process, and it's one of the last items, decide whether the town can do that or not. And if that one, so that will be a written ballot, and we will take a informal recess to allow those ballots to be cast and counted. Any other questions to start? Okay. As I said, the moderator was actually chosen last Tuesday to preside at the vote. There have been 5 votes. Someone had the results of the election?
Daphne Sanders, and then you were the governor.
Microphone so everybody can hear.
Daphne Sanders, and then you.
That's the only one?
Oh, Michelle Pino, sorry.
Okay, because it says select board, road commissioner, school board, clerk, tax collector.
Can you bring the result?
Okay, it's been previously published.
Yes, and for the selectmen, it was Kyle Rogers, and for the board, RSU, board, it was Christine Gallagher.
Okay, road commissioner?
And the other one, it was, road commissioner was Lee Dunn, Heather, got the tax collector, and town clerk.
Thank you. Now you can shut that up. Okay, the next item, Heather and Rachel are non-residents. They're also your town clerk and town deputy. Can I have a motion to allow them to speak at the meeting? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It's nice to have no opposed. Article 3 passes. Article 4, to see if the town will adopt the rules of the Maine Moderator's Manual as the official rules of this meeting. Can I have a motion? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The article passes. Article 5, to fix the pay of the following town officers and employees as recommended below. And if you look at does everybody have a warrant or has had an opportunity to do it? There is a long list of, yes.
May I make a motion to combine articles?
Do what?
May I make a motion to combine articles for voting purposes?
No. What is before you is Article 5. And that is to fix the town pay for tax collector, selectmen, select chair, general administrator, general assistants, administrator. And is there a recommended amount?
So, are we gonna move
Oh, you need to move the recommendation.
So we're gonna move the recommended, we're gonna move the recommended amount in total of $2,416.
Five, okay.
5 cents? But no, 560. That's 4 cents. Thank you.
Your second.
Speak up, I didn't hear it. I had no idea.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to fix the pay for the listed items at the combined amount of $163,516.04, which is the amount that's in the public forum.
Is it appropriate to speak to this yet?
It is now, go ahead.
Thank you.
Speak up.
I just want to let you guys know what we did. So most towns don't vote on every single position in the actual warrant. And we kind of started to back away from that over the last couple of years. And the reason why towns don't vote on each and every position, like transfer station manager, assistant, and so on and so forth. And what we do, and what we are doing this year, is specifically voting on the wages for the elected. Okay? Everything that you see in this article is elected. The numbers that go under total administrative salary and wages, that's everybody else. So what we did for the convenience of the legislative body is I think we have a handout on what those actual wages are. And the reason why towns don't vote on each and every wage right in the article is if over the course of the year, you need more hours out of a given position, and you still have money in the budget. If you voted on a specific wage, you don't have the flexibility to say, okay, transfer station needs 100 more hours because we hard coded it. We used to kind of hard code it in the article. Does that make sense? So the kind of lookup sheet that we handed out at least lets you guys know what you're voting on for the 151,000. So I will say, if I keep talking, I will say that just like every year, we had a budget committee, which raised your hand if you're on the budget committee. Lucas, Baby, Athens here somewhere. There you go. So the budget committee and the select board gets together every year. And one of the things that we do every year with regard to wages is we look at what the prevailing wages are in other towns for similar jobs. Okay? This year, the salary survey, if you will, you know, we've made quite a few adjustments. As you guys know, there's no such thing as minimum wage. I mean, there is technically, but, you know, few local consultant hires people for, you know, double and triple what minimum wage is. So what we look to do, that is the budget committee, the select board, is to set salaries such that if somebody were to leave a position, transfer, station assistant, you know, resign, then we replace that person for X dollars, okay? So sometimes there's people in a job, like many of us here, that are willing to work for, you know, whatever, let's say $15 an hour, but come to find out, if you're gonna replace them, somebody applied, you can't get somebody for 15. So we don't really look at the person, this isn't a review of the individual performance, this is what would it take to hire, you know, an admin assistant, transfer station assistant, transfer station manager, and so forth. So that's how the wages get set. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, sure.
Barry Skilling, 81 West Point. I just came from a couple different towns I've lived in, and when you give raises amongst the town, it's usually a percentage. The way they did this is we had raises within $4 an hour, $2 an hour, 36 cents an hour. Now that is not fair. Within that, everybody should get that. That keeps morale up, and I just, you know, that's where all the other towns are at. And I got to get whoever that was, 36 cents. That's heartbreaking.
Dan's bringing you one pass.
Oh, all right, turn that on.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Pat Rosser, and I'm
Just about.
Chief of Upper Rescue, and looking down through the.
I don't know if my phone's on.
There we go, okay, is that better? Looking down to the payroll, if you look down on the bottom, where the rescue officers are listed, I'd like you to make an amendment to remove training officer for $700. That was put in there in the order, I believe. We no longer have a training officer. We've taken that money and added a little bit, and we subscribe to a training website now instead. So I would like to make an amendment that would remove $700 from rescue's training officer. Anybody have any questions about that?
That's, okay. We're not voting on that particular pay or position in this. What we are voting on is actually to fix the total amount at the $163,516.04. So if you wanted to do the same thing, what you would do would be amending that amount by reducing it by $700, but it's still up to the, with the exception of the specified officers, up to the discretion of the town administration, how to administer the accounts. Does that make sense, Pat?
I think so.
I vote for amendment. I vote that we bring this.
Okay, so her amendment to eliminate the training officer and the pay therefore is on the floor. We can discuss it briefly.
So, Pat, that $700 is within the fire rescue budget. It's not within this article that we're voting on right now. Okay?
Okay, but it's still there, $700, and
So,
Yeah.
office that we don't
Okay.
have anymore.
He's made a point of order, which is the position and expense for that position is not part of the current Article 5 you're considering, but it could be brought up again when we get down to Article 8, which is the one that actually addresses the protection and health and fire and rescue operations.
Okay, whatever you guys do is.
Okay. Are you willing to withdraw for the moment?
Pardon me?
Are you willing to withdraw your motion as it pertains to Article 5, subject to you bringing up later?
I withdraw my vote.
Are you willing to withdraw your second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is passed. We're still back on Article 5, and the amount before you is $163,516.04. Is there further discussion on the recommended amount for Article 5? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The article passes. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sums for general government.
Motion to waive.
I know the vote. The recommended amount is $433,405.36. And the way that they would be spending that total sum is outlined illustratively in our items 6.01 through 6.16. You're voting on the total recommended amount and not on the underlying positions.
Second.
The recommended amount has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just a question. Is this an appropriate time to talk about LB1 for a minute, how much we will be over if we vote all of these before we go all the way through?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is that right? Thank you. So LB1 is trying to protect how much the municipal budget will go up. And what we're voting on today is the municipal piece of the budget, the fire department, the town hall, the dump, transfer station, library, all of that roads. And all of that is part of the municipal budget. And then we also have the RSU education budget, and we have the county government. The municipal part of the budget is usually about 40% of the budget. This year, like everybody, we've had an increase. It's quite a bit. The LB1 says that we cannot go over the levy last year plus the rate of growth that the state determines. If we do, we have to take a special vote that you're allowing us, and you recognize that it's going over. And if we vote everything, we will be $722,469 over the allowable levy limit last year. So that is the vote at the end of the meeting. So as you go along, I just want to make sure everybody keeps that in mind, because we have some articles, I don't know where you would like to cut them, but if you don't want to have to vote LB1, we will have to cut $722,000. So that's just my FYI.
Any more discussion on Article 6, sir?
Friends and neighbors, an alternative. I'm Ken Bridger. I live on the church road. I don't need a microphone. But the reason why most of us are here tonight is because of the cost of everything we're living today in the United States of America. So we need to be careful when we vote about raising our mill rate to the point where it's going to be still hard. It's hard to live here now, but this is what I'm saying. Be careful of how we're spending our money. There's other things on the agenda today, and we really need to keep an eye on our spending and keep things down to a level, because this winter, when it comes time to heat your home, it's going to be bad. Just remember all this, please. Thank you.
Paul, I'm going to provide Jimmy.
You want to turn the mic on? Sorry, I turned it off when I put it back on.
Well,
It's up on the top.
You can hold it close to your mouth and it might work better.
Is it on? Oh,
Yeah, Paul Abner, live over by the chimney, and I gotta apologize. Haven't been to a town meeting for probably 15 years. And, so I don't understand why we have an administration of $263,000 when we just paid, $161,000 for the town clerk, total administration and salary raises. I'd just like an explanation of that money. I'm gonna leave this on.
No, I actually started off with the feedback otherwise. And, well,
Yeah, the past article was salaries, and this article we're on now is everything other than salaries. We're on the phone, the internet, et cetera.
well, it actually includes the salaries as well.
Well, that's true, but all the other things, everything else that it takes to run the town.
Article 5 fixed salaries, it was a spending account. The Article 6 is actually raising the money, which is the other side of the ledger. So the 163,000 that you voted in Article 5 is raised in part by 6.01. If that makes sense. Any further discussion on Article 6?
Penny Baker, I just want to know what last year's amount was.
Okay, the question is, what was last year's amount?
Okay, the last year for administration was 334,316. And this includes elections, the municipal building, maintenance, the property tax assessor, MMA memberships, appeal boards, town newsletter, planning board, and match grants. So it's not just the town office personnel in the town office, it's the administration of the entire town, which includes oil and electricity, which have gone up a lot.
Any further comments, discussion on Article 6? It is before you at the amount of 433,405.36. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
The article passes. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the municipal building capital improvement. The recommended amount is $6,000. Then moved and seconded at the amount of $6,000. Is there any discussion? There being none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The article passes. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sums for protection and health. The total amount, which is what we'll be voting on, is $509,636.48. It's been moved and seconded. I'll recognize Pat Lawson, only because I promised to do so before.
So at this point, Steve, is this where you want me to
Yes,
have the 700 taken away?
if you want, you can move it.
No,
The
no,
town gets to decide how to spend it.
I'm just not sure where we would do that.
But
It doesn't fit under OSHA, it doesn't fit under vehicle maintenance, EMT training, station maintenance.
Pat, all you really need to do is just move to reduce it by $700 and people will know why.
I'm reducing what by 700?
The 509,636.48, reduce it by $700 to reflect the fact that the rescue will not be having a training officer.
100.
Okay, I so move.
Second.
Are we talking hours?
Dollars.
What's that?
So if you look on the list of salaries that you
No,
will
it
see,
doesn't come under training, it doesn't come under
okay, again, all we're doing is the training officer that you are not going to use now. was going to be paid $700, and you are asking to reduce this line item by $700 to reflect the fact that that money will not be spent.
Correct. And again, Steve, I'm not sure which line that $700 is coming from.
Don't worry, what's before this crowd is not the underlying lines. What's before this crowd is the total amount.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
With the lower part just being an explanation.
Okay, thank you.
And I heard a second, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Pat, I just,
Okay, I'm here real quick.
Pat, is that position something that has been eliminated, or is it just that we currently don't have anybody fulfilling that duty?
That's a great question, Luke. It's been eliminated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
I just have a general question. Is that information online? You run out of printouts, so it's hard to follow it if you don't have a piece of paper in front of you. Never mind, I found something to share.
Okay, someone want to bring the mic back up? Set it off to the new one. Or give it to the next person, Rachel.
Take your time, please.
Sorry.
Okay, the $700, remember we talked about how that's, built into the budget, so that would actually be part of the fire department, fire and rescue. And then, so that operations, that would be 8.01. So I'm not sure that that's what you really want to do, because is that being used instead for the program that you're using for training? Yeah, okay, so I think you might want to not touch that amendment.
The explanation is that when we were up at Article 5, there was a position that was identified. But the question, I guess, is put to you is that you may not be paying that particular person $700, but you are otherwise spending money for training that might be eliminated by an affirmative motion on this. Does anybody know what the amount of they're going to spend for training would be, or whether it's otherwise part of the fire department budget?
8.08. Rescue EMT training. I don't know if she wants to take it out of that.
Does it matter which one we take it out of, or if we just took it out of the total 500?
What you would be voting on is to reduce the 509, 636, 48 by $700. The line item is just for informational purposes only, okay? What you're voting on is 506, and then it's up to the county administration and its various departments how the underlying money actually is spent. You are authorizing to raise and appropriate this amount of money that will be administered by your town government. Sir?
Are we voting on the amendment, or are we voting on the article?
This is, right now, it's just on the amendment. And the amendment is to reduce the recommended amount by $700. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There being none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to ask for hands. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed? The amendment passes. So what is before you is a revised primary amendment of 508,000, etc. Sir?
I would like to know what the budget was last year for the fire department rescue.
For those operations or for protection and health?
For the whole thing.
Okay. I believe the line item hasn't changed from last year, it's still protection and health. Can someone say what last year's protection and health was? Okay, we have that little,
404,335.
okay.
And then how much did it increase by? Did we go over the budget?
The question is, how much did it increase by?
Okay, the protection and health, if you look on the next page, it includes more than the fire department. It includes, ambulance, lifeline, animal control, GA, streetlights, Kentucky Maine Society, Masonic Hall Park, parking and unemployment.
There's
That-
27 items.
That total was 404,335 last year. This year, it's 509,636, which is a 26% increase.
That's ridiculous. We have 10 less members of the heart.
Okay. Sir, Lou?
So, as a member of the budget committee, one of the reasons that this particular item went up, there were two of them. One of which was the insurance went up drastically because we had an incident involving workers' comp. That happened last year prior to the town budget. Because of that, we had to add additional monies to cover the premium increase that was not in the town budget. So that item's gone up significantly. The ambulance also, I think, I can't remember exactly, it was a $20,000 increase for ambulance that we're being charged. So if you don't want an ambulance, then we can deny that increase, but, you know, we kind of need your services. 56% increase for ambulance. So there's more in there than just the fire department.
Are there further questions? There being none. What is before you is the amount of 509,636.48 minus $700. The item on that. All those in favor of the article as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
The article passes.
We get a hand comment on that, please.
Got a question?
Can we get a hand comment on that, please? Sounds pretty equal.
Not here, but we'll do that. All those in favor signify by raising your hand.
With your card, please.
All those opposed?
Counting?
Like visually, it's really clear that it passed, okay?
Thank you.
Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate revenue for Mount Vernon Rescue from Vienna in the amount of $3,500.
Second.
I've got a microphone. Okay. Okay, make a motion. Seconded, then moved and seconded to, in this particular case, I think probably appropriate revenue, from town of Vienna. In the amount of $3,500. Any discussion? If it helps, I moderated the town meeting and they did vote to pay you $3,500. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sums for public works and highways. The recommended amount is $805,250.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Ma'am?
I'd just like to keep this, but future dates, what the last year's budget was for each of these items, so that we have an idea of what the increase
Well, it's up to the selectmen to determine the content of the warrant. I'm sure that they have heard you. Any further questions or discussion on Article 10? Sir?
I'd like to know how much of an increase this is over last year's, please.
Here's what.
Well, Gary's looking for the actual amount, I'll just point out that, there is one additional item, fire station car, the car and all, broken up, we have to have that safety. Okay, so that $20,000.
Safety, and why is it coming out of the funds, we just raised $500,000 to do it out there?
Please wait to be recognized to speak as opposed to.
So anyway, the 20,000 is a separate line item for this category.
Are there other areas of increases concern?
Prior year was 693,200 for all of these, and if you'll note, there's contractual, there's the snow plowing contractual, and then there's winter salt and sand, and the rest is road maintenance, capital improvement, et cetera. And that is, that is roughly, that's roughly a 16% increase.
Are there further discussion? Sir? Please stand.
What was the budget for last year, and how much did we go for last year?
Budget for last year was the 693,200, and where we are right now is we have not gone over the total budget for roads. Yeah. I still have one more warrant to do Monday, tomorrow.
I would note that part of the purpose of this meeting is to set budgets, and they have, the selectmen, once it is passed, have very limited means of actually exceeding the budget without coming back to another vote. Sir?
Thank you. So if I'm not mistaken, that's 110,000, give or take. How much is that of an increase? And where does that come from?
I think she already explained 16%.
No, I want the dollar amount. I heard you on the percentage amount, if you don't mind telling me. I am a taxpayer, I'd like to know where my money's going.
Please sit down, sir, thank you. It might be helpful if you could explain what particular line items increased in particular, as you did with the other earlier.
Okay. Sorry, we have an increase in road maintenance in Bush of 33%. We have, an increase in road construction by 33%, and a bridge and culvert line item by 27%, and the rest are pretty much the same. We're saving some on the stockpile salt and sand because we have some left over, and that's about $15,000. The increase in the road maintenance, road construction, and bridge and culvert also causes a 25% increase in the FICA for the labor to do those.
Is there further questions, sir?
Gary Boynton, South Taylor Road. I just wanted to remind everyone, that you said at the beginning that if we go over by 700,000, we're gonna have a problem. And we're already, with everything that's being passed, you're already at $300,000 over. So if we keep passing it and not saying no, that 700,000 is gonna creep up real quick in the next few minutes. We only got $100,000 more to go to get above that.
Sir. Can you get a little closer so everybody can hear you? Can you wait till you get the mic?
Okay, is that on?
Yes, sir.
First part of the question, we're talking, if we vote for everything that's on this budget, it's a $700,000 override, right? Can anybody address exactly what that's gonna equal as a mill rate increase on the taxes? I think that's gonna be provide respect for people to get what they're voting. So how much of a mill rate will that be increased? Or in other words, dollars per thousand of evaluation?
Right now, that's hard because we have to estimate the revenue sharing, which is a big portion of what we get other than property taxes. Try to get the best number for that to take it off there. And we can go with that, but it's also, that's based on sales tax. So if the economy starts tanking, we will get less revenue sharing.
Okay, yeah.
But if everything stays pretty
Use
much
that
the
as a working
same,
number.
everything stays pretty much the same, we're at 16.5 for mill rate.
As opposed to?
And with this all voted, we will be 19.999, 2.0.
Okay, so that's.
A 21% increase.
So that's $4 a thousand?
Actually, it's a 21% increase. And if you paid $3,000 now, you'll be paying $3,630 in taxes.
Yeah.
So
So what I really want to know is what's the dollar value increase between the previous mill rate and the projected mill rate and the $700,000?
I think she may have answered that because the dollar value for the person is going to depend upon the
No,
value
per
of the
thousand,
house.
no, per thousand. What would be the increase per thousand? Then everybody can figure it out.
$4,210.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how much of an increase will it be on $1,000?
$210 a year. That's 21%.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions on Article 10 or discussion on Article 10?
I just have a question. Is there any other way to put some of these items as something that if there doesn't need to be an expense, that's not just figured into the budget that we have? Is there any other way to do it, to get the money? Say they have a bridge collapse. Is there any other way to get the money than putting it into the budget?
Paul, do you want to explain the budget process?
We could only spend what we vote on here tonight, unless we have another vote of the legislative body. we do have an article that we put in last year and this year coming up later that says we can take, we'll talk about this when we get to it, but we can take state, federal, local, and private grant sources that come in and spend them, the select board has the authority to spend them for the purpose for which they are designated. But other than that, there's no other way.
And one other thing, raising appropriations is not necessarily the same thing as spending, because if they choose not to spend money that they raise, it goes back into the undesignated fund balance, which can then be used to offset taxes subsequent year. Sir.
I think this might be a good time, because I had a question about the surplus fund again. Is it not correct we made an additional, I say we made, town government made an additional 200,000 last year that got put into the, I saw that in the balance sheet. And that must have been put into the general fund account. So the capital fund account right now, not capital fund, I call it slush fund, I'll call it, is now up about 1.5 million right now.
Yeah, and on a related note, I'd like to point out that, keep this context for the LD one calculation, we dropped the mill rate for the last 2 or 3 years in a row. So when we're comparing the mill rate and the LD one calculation for this year as compared to last, it's skewed a little bit. But if you look back several years, the mill rate was higher. We literally been down several years in a row. Nobody likes a tax increase in 1 year, but if you did an LD one calculation based on 4 years ago, it wouldn't be quite as likely. I'm not saying we should necessarily spend all the money, but you've got to keep it in context. We have literally lowered the taxes, at least by the mill rate, the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, well, that's not my question. My question is, do we have $1.5 million effectively saved for the fund that can be used for anything at this point in time based on what the selectmen decide?
Okay.
Actually, no, but when you do this, the tax calculation, you specify how much everybody you're going to be doing. But that is what carries you through. The taxes are due in March, and then you get no more money until September. So you want at least 3 months, 6 months worth is preferable to be able to carry through, so you don't have to get tax anticipation notes.
Okay, do you have more than that 6 months right now?
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you shut that mic off? It's not off. Do you have any control over that?
What's that?
Do you guys have any control over that? Like, do you have any control over it? No. Okay, we're still on Article 10. Any further discussion on Article 10? It is before you at the amount of $805,250. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? All those in favor? Raise your hands high, please. opposed? The article passes. Article 11, to see what amounts the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the purpose of an engineering study of all town-owned and maintained roads. District court will inform road construction projects over the next few years. The recommended amount is $50,000. It is moved and seconded at $50,000. Is there any discussion?
I'm trying to do it from here. People usually hear me, much to my disadvantage. I question the need for this entire appropriation for two reasons. One, the requested appropriation does not give any information as to why it's necessary to put this program into effect in the next year. And two, I'm concerned that it says we are going to report will inform road construction projects over the next few years. It has no finality to it. So I question, I'd like to hear why it's felt necessary to have this entire appropriation, which is a big one, it's 50 grand.
Okay, for years, what we've done with road construction is we've taken a road and we've laid down a amount of tar. And usually it comes to about, well, this year is 260,000. So we put a skim coat of tar down on a section of road and say it covers about half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile, and then we're done. So we've done this for years and years and years. We're getting further and further behind because that 260,000 or whatever is getting less and less because the tar continually increases in price. So what I'm proposing is what has been done in other towns. They bring in an engineering firm. They look at the roads, they propose which roads, say the Dunn Road. That's in very bad shape. Now, if we go and put a skin coat on that road, within 2 years, it's going to be no good. On the Bean Road, there's a section on the hill where we went and dug up the rocks, got them out, cleaned up that road, and then put a nice base of tar on it. That should go for 15 years. And that's the way we should be doing things. We bring in an engineer, look at these roads. What they'll do is they'll take a core drill and then look at sections and see what's under the road instead of looking what's on top of the road. They'll dig out the old culverts that are probably all blocked, and this firm will then come up with an RFP, a proposal to get the work done. At that point, we can bring in all these contractors and do all of those, as many as we possibly can. And that way, the roads will be done properly, instead of just putting our money away and not getting good return on our money.
So this cannot be deferred a single year. But maybe the economy might have turned around and it might be more, it might be easier for all of us to come up with this. As the gentleman said, we're getting close to our cutoff amount. This is 50 grand.
Well, I think that's actually a question that this body needs to answer as opposed to this one. Okay, so we'll leave it for that. Ma'am? Sir? No, go ahead. All right.
I'm Mike Miller, live on Spring Hill Road. I'm 37 years. We had
Okay. Can you get to the mic, please?
Thank you. I'm Mike Miller, I live on Spring Hill Road. I've been doing consulting work for 37 years, emphasis in highway engineering. I think it's needed. The study is great. I've done a number of these over the years. And it's a wonderful idea to set the stage for where you need to go. And I agree with the gentleman, maybe this isn't the right year to do it. If it could be deferred for another year, it's a great idea, but we're trying to all save some money, $50,000 is a significant portion of that.
A number of years ago, I'm gonna say probably about 15 or 20, we were asked to raise money to reuse North Road right out here in Dead Man's Curve and cut the hill off because there's been a number of kids that were killed on that road. We appropriated a lot of money, and I know Jeff Kemp, the road commissioner, gave a lot of his money for those studies, and not a damn thing was done. I mean, if we give this $50,000, which is a drop in the bucket, we get to $733,000, we're gonna go over if we keep voting these things in. What are we gonna get for that $50,000?
Any other discussion?
Could the moderator require everybody to speak to a mic? For those of us who are elderly and cannot hear, have our hearing aid that cranks up all the way.
Lou makes a good point.
A number of years ago, we had studies done right here on the North Road. It was said that there was going to be matching funds of like $1 million to get this Dead Man's Curve straightened out down here because a number of kids have been killed on it. I want to know, with this $50,000, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the $733,000 that we're going to go over if you go for everything on this agenda, what are we getting for that money, for $50,000 more?
It sounds a bit rhetorical, but is somebody going to answer?
No, what we're looking for is the engineers look at the roads. It could be the tar roads, it could be the dirt roads. The dirt roads need to be looked at also. Every spring, they mud up and you can't get through. Lee has to rush crews out, dump dirt. So dirt roads are just as much in need of looking at as the tar roads. It takes an engineer to look at the roads and properly design them. We can't just go out there and plot tar down or plot dirt down. We've got to look at the roads and see what is actually needed to be done. That's what the $50,000 is. The $50,000 will not buy you a new road. It's going to buy you a study. At that point, we most probably will look at a bond to be able to do the roads. The $50,000 will also buy you the RFP to look at a proposal to be able to send out to these contractors to be able to do the work. Now, not one contractor is going to be able to do all these roads. You're going to need many of them. Wheatfield did the same thing, and they hired many contractors. One summer, they were able to do, I'm not sure how many roads, but they did most of their roads. The roads will be done for maybe 15 years once you do them properly.
I just want to make two comments. One, as a select board member, just to help address one of the questions that Doug asked. About 9 years ago, we did allocate $90,000 for this curve, and that was the town's, whatever it was, 1/3 share or whatever. The state was going to put in the rest. The state ended up not coming through with it. They canceled the project. So this legislative body voted the next year or 2 years later, whatever it was, to put that money back into the road capital improvement fund with the stipulation that the money could only be spent with agreement between the select board and the road commissioner. So anyway, those funds were used for improvement of the road. My other comment, is not so much as a select board member, just as a citizen, you guys don't mind, you still laugh. We have a lot of pressure on roads, especially some of the unpaved roads. People get sold property, they get told, just call the town, they'll widen the road, build it up, plow it, blah, blah, blah. No, unless this body wants it done, we're not gonna extend Southtail and Northtail, Echo Lake, all these different roads. I mean, you buy property, buyer beware, okay? Unless this body says, hey, we're gonna spend money, we're gonna widen the Moore Hill Road so we can build houses in there, we're gonna extend the North Hill Road. It's just not gonna happen. But there is a lot of development pressure, and everybody has their opinions about whether, $6 to $8 million more tax base is good or bad. I mean, you have families with 10 kids, and it's gonna cost us a lot. You could have retired people spending $1 million on a house that would cost us anything, so it's good tax base. So, this article though, you can vote it down. It's not gonna, it's not gonna hurt really, but eventually we have to take a really good professional look at the road. So the attempt for this article was to get a professional, somebody that's not sitting here or Lee or something, you know what I mean? We could bring somebody in and help advise the process, so we could advise this legislative body next year. Here's what the professional said, do you guys agree? That's all. You can vote it down, it's not gonna hurt this year. You vote it down.
Has anybody who has not spoken on this topic had an opportunity to ask a question or make a point? I'm going to call for a vote. All those, before you is Article 11, to see what amount the town will vote to raise and appropriate for the purpose of an engineering study of all town-owned and maintained roads. This report will inform road construction projects over the next few years. The recommended amount is $50,000. All those in favor, signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? The article fails. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sums for recreation and community. The recommended amount is $68,020. And there are 6 items listed under that, which the railroad would be spent. But what is before you is the $68,20. So I have a motion and a second. Discussion. There being none, all those in favor of the $68,020 say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The article passes. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to appropriate all snowmobile fees reimbursed from the state of Maine for the Mount Vernon Ridge Riders Snowmobile Club. Is there a motion? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following funds for cemeteries, and the recommended amount is $3,359. Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the following sums from estimated revenues and the undesignated to the fund balance. This does not raise taxes, it basically appropriates money to reduce your taxes. And there are a list of 14 estimated items and totaling $672,800. Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, please. What was the amount last year? If you don't mind, the amount, not the. Thank you.
roughly around 728,000. This is 672,800. And part of that is, let's see, we're expecting less from Lincoln Walton and some of the trust funds because, of course, the stock market is going down. And we're not sure of what we're going to get in excise tax, and we're anticipating the municipal revenue sharing may go down a bit from what we actually got. So this is, and I do want to point out, this is the only money that we get, and a few other fees and things like that, but $672, 672,000 or 700,000, and all of the rest is from your property tax or grants. We have no other way to raise money. So.
Any further discussion on Article 15? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to accept and expend funds from any federal, state, local, or private grant or revenue funds not listed in other articles.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to reimburse all town officials and employees for necessary travel at the rate of 46 cents per mile.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 18, to see if the town will authorize the town clerk or deputies to charge a state rate of $10 for the receipt of checks with insufficient funds. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 19, to see if the town will authorize the select board to expend the revenues of special revenue funds. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 20, to see if the town will authorize the select board to expend the income earned by the cemetery trust funds, NOAA and LAP Trust Fund, Dr. Gilman Trust Fund, Dr. Shaw Memorial Library Trust Fund, and the Robert George Place Memorial Fund for the purpose specified for each trust fund. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to direct the select board to not authorize any payments of overdraft in account of budgeted expenditure unless the payments are required by law, approved by voters at a special town meeting, or are the result of a natural disaster. Excess revenues are not considered part of the budget expenditures voted on at town meeting. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 22, to see if the town will authorize the select board to issue orders for the closing of roads to winter maintenance. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor of Article 22 say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to make property taxes payable, one half on September 29, 2022, and one half on March 30, 2023, and that the interest be charged as overdue taxes at a rate of 9% for the maximum allowed by state law that is greater per annum after those dates. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 24, to see if the town will adopt the proposed amendments to the Mount Vernon land use ordinance relating to solar farms as recommended by the ordinance review committee. It's been moved and seconded. Susan, if you want to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me? Good morning, I'm Susan Vernon, I live on the Maine Road here in Mount Vernon, and I'm chair of the Ordinance Review Committee. Before I get started, I just want to recognize our group who worked really hard this year on these proposed ordinances and solar farms. We have Fred Weber, Timothy Robinson, Michelle Pino, Heather Roberts, and Ron Rue, and thank you to all of you for your participation. We worked really hard.
Yeah, could you get the other mic?
You can't hear me? Is this better? Okay, so I wasn't talking directly into it, so I will do that. So we were given, as every year, the Ordinance Review Committee is given a list of items to work on. These are items that I think have come to the select board's attention, and solar farms was one of the priority items. We met starting early in 2022 by Zoom. We had a public hearing in April, and ordinances have been posted on the town website for a long time, I believe since February. And we did make some revisions to some of them, and they have been posted in their final form for some time. So the first one on our agenda is solar farms. Right now, under our current ordinance does not address solar farms at all. They're not mentioned. And we were asked to develop some reasonable performance standards for solar farms, and that's what we tried to do. The process we went through was pretty similar to what the town went through back in 2013 when we did something similar for cell towers and wind facilities, because at that time we had no performance standards or ordinance provisions specifically related to that. So that was our mission. We did a lot of research. We studied model ordinances from the Kennebec Land Trust, Maine Audubon. There's guidance from the state, Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, guidance and best practices from IFMW, the American Farmland Trust, Smart Growth, siting principles. There was also a stakeholders group convened by the governor that issued a report in February of 2022. So this was very well researched. We also looked at ordinances from other towns, including Monmouth, Winslow, Wheatfield, Manchester. We also got soils maps for our town from the federal USDA, Natural Resource Conservation Service, and the soils map actually has also been posted on the town website, showing where our prime farmland and farmland of statewide significance is in Mount Vernon. So what we came up with ultimately is largely based on Wheatfield's ordinance. If you've had a chance to look at theirs, it's very similar. But we did make some tweaks to it, which I'll get into, that specifically relate to Mount Vernon and the farmland composition in Mount Vernon specifically. So the key components of our ordinance, and this is similar to what we did with wind. We have definitions of small, medium, and large solar energy systems. Small is defined as up to 3,000 square feet. That's for ground-mounted solar facilities, and less than 20 kilowatts. And that's something that would be used most likely for a residence. Medium, up to 4 acres, and greater than 20 kilowatts, but less than 1 megawatt. Large is defined as greater than 4 acres or greater, and greater than 1 megawatt. And just to give you some perspective on it, on average, it takes 5 acres to support a 1 megawatt solar farm. And some of you may have read that this has been in the newspapers and in the limelight, that there are a lot of solar farm operations all over the state, including right around here, Farmington, Augusta, there's one in Wheatfield. So they're popping out all over, and personally, my personal opinion, I think it was the opinion of the committee, that we need to have some reasonable standards here in Mount Vernon, because right now we have nothing. We don't have any specific performance standards related to solar farms. Just also for comparison, the Farmington solar farm that we all see when we go to Farmington is 490 acres and 76.5 megawatts. The solar farm in Wheatfield that was approved recently is 4.95 megawatts. The lot is 104 acres, and the project is just under 20 acres. So just another thing to keep in mind is any solar farm project that is 20 acres or more has to go through state site plan review. So anything that would be less than 20 acres would have to go through town review if we had a town review process. So what are the performance standards in the proposed ordinance? For small solar energy systems would be allowed in all districts, including shoreline zone, including the village district, with the permission of the CEO. It's like getting a building permit. So somebody who wanted to put solar panels on the roof of their home or ground mounted would be able to do that with a permit from the CEO. It's a little bit different than a building permit in that for roof mounted under our ordinance proposal, you would have to have some evidence that your roof was capable of supporting the system. For ground mounted solar systems, the proposal says that not more than 10% of your lot can be a solar energy system. So if you have a 2-acre lot, your ground mounted system can't be more than 10% of that, so 0.2 acres. There are setbacks for small, 50 feet from side and rear and 100 feet from the center line of the road. Visual vegetative buffer is required. No concentrated glare on nearby structures or roadways. So that's essentially what the proposal sets up for regulations for small. Medium and large solar systems not allowed in the shoreline zone, including the village district, and it requires site plan review by the planning board. So you wouldn't be able to just go to the CEO. There's a process where you go to the planning board, there's an application, there's a public hearing, and then there are criteria set up in the ordinance as to what you have to be able to establish and what the restrictions are. So for medium and large, there's a 20% lot coverage maximum. So if you had, just to make it easy, 100 acres of land, not more than 20% or 20 acres could be a solar farm. And that's exactly what the solar farm situation is in Wheatfield, that I don't believe has actually started construction, but it has been approved. The piece of it that we kind of tweaked specifically for Mount Vernon is because we were concerned about loss of farmland, and I think that is something that some people here may be concerned about. So we tried to get some information from the state and the federal government about what our configuration of farmland is here in Mount Vernon. We do have a lot of open space, and according to what we got from the Natural Resource Conservation Service, which is part of USDA, 34% of the open land in Mount Vernon, is classified as either prime farmland or what they call farmland of statewide significance. Now, some of the articles and some of the advocacy groups have taken the position that solar farms should not be located at all on prime farmland. We looked at that. Monmouth actually, in their ordinance, says where practicable, solar farms should not be located on prime or statewide significant farmland at all. But what we did, because we wanted to be reasonable, and in our view, we took a very reasonable kind of middle of the road approach to this. We said not more than 34% of the project can be on land designated as prime farmland or farmland of statewide significance. And in the map that's online, that you all have access to, you can see exactly where that is. And you can actually, there are ways that you can go to the, and there's a link to it, the Kennebec Land Trust and Audubon have a way of actually mapping your property. So you can see on your property exactly where or if you have prime farmland or farmland of statewide significance. So in the 100-acre example, only 34% of the 20-acre solar project could be on farmland designated as prime statewide significant. So that would be 6.8 acres. And one other thing, just to give you a further context, of all the land in Mount Vernon, 14% of it is either prime farmland or farmland of statewide significance, for a total of 14%. One other important thing in solar farm regulation is decommissioning. And our ordinance requires the developer to have a decommissioning plan, which is pretty specific, and also requires a performance bond, a letter of credit, or something similar to secure the cost of decommissioning these solar farms. I think their average useful life is something like 30 years. So
15 years, less than 30 years.
I've been told it was 30 years, but
yeah,
even if it's 15, it's important to have something in place so that the town is not left with the burden of cleaning up after the useful life is over. For medium and large, we put in our proposal a 200 feet setback from all lot lines. Just further context, in our current ordinance, for a regular development, it's 75 feet from the center line of the road. For the medium and large, we thought it would be appropriate for that to be increased. There's a requirement of a fence, there's a requirement of screening, which can be a vegetative screen if approved by the planning board. There are noise regulations that say noise can be no greater than 10 decibels higher than pre-construction. So I think we kind of covered the ways that a solar farm could negatively impact neighbors and adjacent properties in what we've come up with. For the application fees, for small, it's minimal $1 per kilowatt, which would be a maximum of $20. For medium, $500, and for large, $2,500, and that's similar to retails. So that kind of summarizes, I'm sure, the questions, comments. I'm happy to answer or sit down.
First, I need, you do a motion in a second to adopt.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was.
Okay. I just want to thank Sue and her committee. This was really hard work, and there's a lot of voices around town on this topic, and I think that Sue's committee did a good job taking it in. I want to underscore one thing I said. I know a lot of people aren't in love with the Farmington situation, but I want to underscore something that Sue just said. On farmland that is designated as statewide importance or
Prime.
So an example is the farm down the street. If Julie Hall had 100 acres, she wanted to do a farm on, solar farm, you can only do 6.8 acres of it. So under this ordinance, it is very restricted. I don't think solar developers are going to love it. It is very restrictive, and I think it accomplishes the objective that the community at large has about maybe not wanting to see a farm or whatever. And I think it's important that we pass it. This is a personal opinion now, sorry. Because we don't have any of that protection in place now. I think it's a reasonable set of performance standards.
Okay, this is the one where I will probably try and recognize people for and against in alternating fashion, just so everybody gets an opportunity to speak. Sir, I recognize you.
Hi, Barry Skilling again, and I have the next article, I'm behind the next article. I've been coming to this town for 30 years. Lived here for 2.5 years, I came from Auburn. The solar farm people came to me and wanted to put solar in my property. I turned them down because I worried about my neighbors, and the impact it would have on them. Okay, I've done a lot of research on it, and I feel bad because what day was it? We had a guy come speak to solar, and we wanted the town to know about it, and the select board wouldn't let us put it on the thing so that they could come. They said it was Republican, Democrat. It wasn't. This guy gave a great study, he's researched it, that's what he does. I'm not against you putting solar, I'll come help you put your solar on your house, but I don't want a Farmington. I don't want an Augusta. We are a unique town. Let's keep it unique. If you don't want it, they're having problems with these solar farms. As they say, well, we're gonna have a bond to take care of this when it's decommissioned, right? You know what you're gonna pay for 2x4 in 20 years, 30 years? You ain't gonna know. They're having problems, and then it comes back onto the homeowner. The homeowner can't get rid of the solar farm because they have hazardous waste in them. They've actually closed down China from sending their solar panels to us because they won't let us know what's in them. Okay? So if the homeowner can't get rid of them, the state has a whole warehouse full of them that can't get rid of, then it's gonna come back on the town. We're gonna need this land for growth. If these farmers are having trouble, let's go find something. We need wheat, we need oat. We ain't getting them up to Russia anymore. Let's help the farmers that way. We don't need these big solar farms to look at. Like I said, I'll help you put it on your house. So please, if anything, put that small one. I talked to a guy who works for CMP who lives in this town and has to collect, and he says, we can accomplish the exact same thing house to house versus going solar with big panels. It just costs them more money. So let's keep it small, okay, guys? I'm gonna ask you, just keep it small. You want solar, keep it small, because it's an eyesore, and we are a unique town. And it's sad that you didn't get to listen to this guy, because they wouldn't let it be known on the website, on the town website. You want to post it on the town website, so all of you guys could have seen what was happening. Thank you for your time, and I do thank you for your work on this.
Just so I keep track. Are you in favor of passage of the ordinance or against?
I'm only in favor of the small ones. You can make an amendment just to accept the small.
No, the problem with.
Then we'll turn it all down. I'm against it.
Agreed.
Is there someone in favor of the ordinance who would like to speak? The alternate? Sir?
So the reason I'm in favor of the ordinance is if you think that solar farms are a blight and they shouldn't exist, this ordinance addresses some of those concerns. Without the ordinance, as we discussed, a farm of 100 acres, right now, the maximum, did you say 6.8? Yeah, so 6.8 acres. Without this ordinance, the maximum is 100 acres. So you shoot down the ordinance, you just opened it up to anybody to put anything in. So the ordinance that we have in front of us is to provide some protection. If you don't want it, shoot it down.
Is there someone who would like to speak opposed to the ordinance?
James Spalding, electrical engineer, distribution engineer specializing in this type of stuff. I just want to point out that we'll pretty much never have large solar in Alberta. Anything over 5 megawatts goes to the transmission level. There's no transmission lines in Mount Vernon or even close to Mount Vernon. One in Farmington close to a transmission line. What you see going on around in your communities is called distribution level solar, DG, distributed generation. And due to Maine law LD 1711, which relates to distributed generation, it limits it to 5 megawatts. So if anybody wants to put anything bigger than 5 megawatts in Mount Vernon, they're going to have to do something called a gen lead to a transmission line. So running conductor to J, to Farmington, to Augusta, it's not going to happen. So from a technical standpoint, you're not going to see anything over 5 megawatts in Mount Vernon. Yes.
The question is, the ones that go up next to solar,
She wants to know if the line's going from the solar to the line is CMP.
who pays for the line and the maintenance of those lines? My CMP bill went up $100 a month from last year.
That's, okay, her question for the rest of you. If she wonders who pays for the lines from the solar to, I guess, the distribution system.
Yep, we call that a gen lead or a generator lead, and the developer owns that, pays for it, maintains it, and the line of demarcation is at the CMP line. From the CMP lines, you have a disconnect, and then you have the meter, you pass the meter, it's all on the developer. So you can pay for it, it's all on private.
He's going to be either for nor against, so we're still looking for
just trying to
somebody against. We're going to speak next.
So Doug Stevens, I'm against solar farms. I don't mind if somebody were to put one on the roof of their house like Barry said before. I think that's your personal preference. But when you make your neighbors look at their beautiful town, and you see a great big eyesore out in the middle of the field, it's just a travesty. So we did have Jim Brent, who was Governor LePage's energy secretary. He is now the energy advisor to the George Hale Rick Tyler show on 103, I believe. He's on there every Wednesday from 8. He's on for about a half an hour. I recommend anybody to listen to him. He's a very intelligent man when it comes to solar. He's a very intelligent man when it comes to wind. He knows the idea behind what these solar farms can do. One fact, it would take 109 solar fields, the same size as the one in Farmington, to equal what one hydroelectric dam could do in one 24-hour period. That's 7.9 million pounds of lithium batteries. The amount of panels would stretch around the world one time, and then from Maine to New Jersey again. So if you want to keep doing this, you're making the oil companies richer and richer. You're making the gas companies richer and richer. Because what they're doing is they're paying subsidies to these gas companies to find new ways for green energy. That money is coming out of your pocket. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a Republican. I don't care if you're Green Party. You need to look at this with your wallet. because you're paying for it. It's not them. The transmission lines that he just talked about, that's being paid for by the maker of the power, it's being paid for by you because you're paying the subsidies. If you don't know what a subsidy is, look it up. I firmly suggest that you look both sides of this issue before you go down.
Mr. Stevens, just to remind folks, what is before you is whether to pass the ordinance or not.
I'm urging you to not.
Okay. Someone in favor of the ordinance? Yeah. Lou? Can someone bring Lou a microphone over here?
Can I just take this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like David, can Lou speak first?
May I sit down?
Yes. David, keep the microphone, I'll recognize you right after Lou speaks, okay?
Okay.
I began to see signs all over town for the ban solar power. And the first thought in my mind went to the disaster I see in Augusta at the end of Route 3. But that was my first reaction. My second reaction is this. First of all, if we're going to have solar, we need some kind of a reasonable system such as was mentioned here to control it. I understand that the people opposed to this are pretty much into the next article that we're going to have. We are faced with a terrible climate problem in this country, in the world. And if we are not prepared to work on it, and as I see it, as a species, we have been a disaster because we are falling farther and farther behind on this issue. We're not doing what's necessary. At least this ordinance allows for some growth in this area in a controlled manner. I relate this to something that happened to me a few years ago. There was a thing on the ballot, and I won't go into what it was, but I was against the way they wanted to do it, but I was for the basis of it. And I said to myself, what side of history do you want to be on? The progressive side or the old style? The voices that I've heard expressing against this don't seem to accept the fact that we have got to do something, but in a controlled manner, to get a handle on global warming and everything behind it. And I urge everyone here to vote for this ordinance. And I will comment on the next one when it comes up.
I'm going to recognize David, but I'd like to remind all of you, this is not a referendum on the merits of solar power. It is a vote by you as to whether you want the proposed ordinance or not. David. No, go ahead. I told you I would recognize you, David. I will recognize you. I've known many and respect all of you for a long time. Go ahead.
My name is David Sanders. I've lived in the village and have for almost 50 years. Yeah, I guess thing to say first off is a lot of people here
Hold the mic close to you.
who oppose solar energy, particularly solar farms, across the board. And I don't think anybody here is particularly enamored with what they've done on the York Farm property and farming. But that's really not the case here. Case is right now, we have nothing restricting or regulating the installation and use of solar farms. Nothing at all.
And what this ordinance does is, in fact, what everybody would want, and that's to set up a process by which there are fundamental rules and regulations, and there's a bidding process through this town planning board and board of appeals. So that this is exactly why we need an ordinance, because without it, we are, as I said, we are leaving ourselves open to somebody just coming in and doing what they want. I think it's also a real question as to whether or not, with the technology, whether or not any commercial farmer, as far up as he might be because he can't grow anything and make money, is going to be building a commercial solar farm. Because the way Mount Vernon is set up, it just, there aren't those kinds of properties available for this thing. So many people will bet the whole farm. Well, yeah, they have a lot of land, but it's on bigger sides of the road. And the way I read this ordinance is that for each separate lot, and those are all separate lots if they're intersected by a road, there's a separate process, and the regulations restricting the amount would separately restrict either side and couldn't be added together. But more important than that, people that are just opposed to solar energy, aside from, you know, we could talk all day about whether or not we have global warming and what we can do about it. As somebody's here fanning himself, and this is true. And it should be hot in June, should have a longer winter, and none of that stuff's going to happen anymore. We already lost that. Now look, we're going to lose that in the future. But my real point here is that Sue and her committee, you know, they have a broad spectrum of people, both philosophical and political. And they came up with an ordinance that's fair and reasonable. And I wonder whether or not those people who are opposed to it actually sat down and read the ordinance. I have. And it's a lot better than what we personally have, which is nothing. And the stuff that's coming up next to talk about may sound good to those people who don't want any solar energy in town, but it's completely unenforceable and will leave us with absolutely nothing. We're told that the 5-year moratorium requested is unlawful. And, you know, I think Sue would word on that. But as a practical matter, we need something. And this is what's on the table, and it's fair and it's balanced.
I'll remind you again, I applaud your willingness to think locally. The purpose today is how do you want to act locally? And so the next person up will be someone who wishes to speak and ask you to turn down, vote against the proposed ordinance. Is there someone who wants to speak, turning it down? Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Michael Smith. You know, by saying that the great work of the body there is reasonable and fair, doesn't mean the rest of us are not reasonable, or we're trying to be unfair. I think people are just saying that, you know, putting your commercial solar farm into Mount Vernon is different than putting it on your house, which you should have the right to do with your property, but you're not gonna make the winter colder and the summer warmer, today or tomorrow. If you want to turn the power off in your house, go ahead. I think the people that are opposed are looking out for the town to do some more research, have a little bit of prudence, and figure out the impacts going ahead. And I think we're saying, you know, let's turn this down, let's do a study, and let's get everybody involved to make sure we cover our bases and not act before we use up land. It's going to be a problem. So I just want to introduce that. So thanks.
Next would be someone who wishes to speak in favor of the ordinance. I saw the lady up there.
Hello, this is Jim Caldwell. I live on Pond Road at Mateo Pond. And I can see both sides of the issue, but we need to start from somewhere. And we can't let another year go by. I think we need to vote yes on this ordinance, and ordinances can also be altered in the future. Okay? So let's begin with some guidelines, because who knows what will happen in 1 year. Someone could come in, as Dave suggested, and we'd have no recourse. We'd have no recourse. Think about it. But ordinances can be changed. Petitions can be made. Thank you.
Someone who wishes to speak against the ordinance.
Hi, Tom Jacobs. I feel like this was a personal attack against me. Of all the people in the town, I'm probably one of the few that's got over 100 acres. And I come up beef farm down the road. And you people talk about farmland, about trying to help me out, so to speak me out. There's only 3 people in this whole town that's helped me out by buying beef. So don't give me this, we're trying to save the farmland. You're just trying to be a member. It's a member reaction. You don't want it in your backyard. That's what it is. Okay? But I'm not for or against it. I mean, I'd like to make money if I can make 100,000 by having a solar farm. What do you think they're going to do? Make 10,000 working my rear end off, you know, for a few pounds of beef. That, I'm trying to weigh it out. You know, which way do I want to go? You know, and I don't want solar farms, but I'm going to lose the farm. You know, what do? But the big thing is, I don't like ordinances. The ordinance committee never asked me to come see how it would affect me on my farm. I feel like I'm getting arrows in the back all the time by the town people because, well, you know, you don't want a solar farm, and I'm just not going to keep going on about it. I would like to get an ask about the process. Of all the people there, there's me, Julie Hall, and I don't know, a few other people that this affects. I'm not far against it yet. I don't know what how I'm gonna vote.
Okay. I'll now look for someone who wishes to speak in favor of adopting the ordinance. Well, actually, go ahead, sir.
I apologize, this is the thing I'm going for against, but the sole reason I came is to try to give that another thing. I don't remember the exact number, but probably over 800 kilowatts is going to need to be 3 phase. And 3 phase is like Belgrade Road and 41. So if you worry about big farms, Rochdale Road, anywhere out there, single phase, it's going to cost the developer, they'll have to pay CMP, it's like $40 a foot to get to 3 phase. So other than, you know, I'm pretty sure the only 3 phases is Belgrade Road and 41. There's 3 good enough. I guess down by the store a little bit as well. So it's just not cost efficient in some of these little rural areas. Put in anything, make it a lot bigger, any of that big stuff. It's got to be on 3 phases.
I'll recognize the lady up front.
I am speaking up for the ordinance only because my family has been in Maine since the beginnings. Some of us are native, not just native white, Native American. And I've seen what happens with no ordinances, no standards. I'm from the shore, that's where I spent the first 50 years of my life. And nobody, most fishermen, they don't want any rules. Don't you tell them anything about what they can do. And that's kind of where I came from and my family came from and most people come from, I think. It's still somebody else too. However, what happens if you don't have those standards is the, I don't know what to call them, opportunists who aren't from here and couldn't care less. They take a look at your land and they say, this will work for our money. And they will come and take it. It's why we see now is owned by Spain. We need to protect, and setting standards is the first step. As the lady in the back said, we can change ordinances, but we have to have a standard. Because if you don't have them, they come in real quick and they will challenge based on how long you've had your standards. So it's, to me, it's not for or against solar or anything else. It's having standards that are fair and getting them set up. Most of us can't even consider having more than a personal, and I don't think the big ones, like I say, all these transformers and stuff, they can't do it anyway. But I want the ordinance just to have a baseline, and then we'll go from there. It's nothing against anyone, except that you need to protect yourself from the fact that our land is now highest rated in the country for opportunity for money. So I feel strongly about it.
I'm looking for someone to speak against the ordinance. Against the ordinance? I'll look down.
I just have a question. Are we allowed to make a motion to amend the ordinance?
No. And the reason it's set forth, actually, it's the statutory, the special statutes that govern how ordinances are adopted, outlining all your public hearing process you went through. And so what is here today is either up or down on the ordinance in front of you. Okay? Now, someone who hasn't spoken? Okay. Someone who has not spoken who wishes to speak against the ordinance.
I do want to say one thing. I don't think that we can take into consideration the wildlife effect and the long-term effect on the land of all of these habitats. People are worried about global warming, worried about our town.
It didn't relate to the ordinance, so someone who wishes to speak against the ordinance who hasn't spoken before. Sir?
Yeah, I just, I'm sure you're all interested in the history of my life, but when I started as a kid, they didn't have ordinances in these towns, and it started basically because someone didn't want a mobile home against their property. And it just keeps going and going and going, and I miss the ordinance because I think all these farmers that had that bad land up there, of course not in Mount Vernon, where they dumped all this waste that they were doing favors for, can't use their farm to grow stuff anymore. So I don't think there should be an ordinance, because I don't think that I should be able to tell this guy whether or not he could put a solar farm on his property. The only question I really have is, I didn't hear if that was going to bring any income to town. Do these solar farms bring income? We went up 21% on the budget. Do these solar farms bring income into the town?
Other than the fact that all property in town is taxed, and you're familiar with that point. Someone who wishes to speak now in favor of the ordinance? Jeff?
I move the question. I second that.
Okay. The motion has been made to move the question. And this requires you to vote as to whether or not you want to shut down debate. Yeah.
This is a vote on like ordinance. Is there also anything against just solar farms in general, or is it just on the ordinance?
Okay, the debate here is on the ordinance. It's not about it. Okay, and the motion is to limit debate. It has been moved and seconded. It's not debatable, so we'll go straight to a vote. But it requires 2/3 of you to vote to limit debate. So All those in favor of shutting down the debate, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, the motion to limit debate has passed. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go directly to a vote on Article 24. All those in favor of passing Article 24, please raise your hands. All those opposed to Article 24? Okay, the article passes. Article 25. This was brought before you by petition as is noted on your warrant. Someone wish to move the article and second it, and then we can put it on the floor for debate.
I will.
Second. Okay, so moved and seconded. I'm going to recognize Paul because I think the town got a legal opinion on this one.
Yes. So, first of all, this petition is exactly as written.
Can't hear you, Paul. Yeah, Paul.
Closer to your mouth.
Okay, how's that? When the petition came in, and we crafted it, put on the warrant, we did reach out to Maine Municipal. And many of you know Maine Municipal is an organization that many towns in Maine, if not most, subscribe to. And one of the features of Maine Municipal is to get, I don't know if you call it legal advice, but to get advice of legal nature anyway, maybe Jeff can get this, but as to how to craft articles for a town meeting and what's legal, what wouldn't be legal to put on an warrant and so forth. So I ran the petition as written by the Maine Municipal Legal Department, and frankly, it doesn't really matter if it passes or doesn't pass, because it's not going to do anything. The only thing that this particular article does, according to the legal review, is it's an expression of sentiment or preference. The one action, if we pass it, the one and only action that would be legally required or actually enforceable would be that we would, the select board, would then have to write a letter that says to the various, political entities. So frankly, it doesn't matter if you pass it or doesn't pass it. It's not going to impose a moratorium. The only thing it's going to do is make the select board send those letters. So that's that. If anybody wants a copy of the municipal response, I have it in its entirety. I just wanted to point that out.
So as explained, the actionable item is actually that last paragraph. The record of the vote approving the article should be transmitted by written notice to the above parties, long list, by the Board of Selectmen within 30 days of the vote. Is there someone who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? There being none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Petition fails. Article 26, to see if the town will adopt proposed amendments to the Mount Vernon land use ordinance relating to definition of recreational vehicle as recommended by the Ordinance Review Committee. So moved. Second. So moved and seconded. Susan, did you want to speak to this one too?
We're pointing you to speak.
I haven't recovered from solar farms yet. So, this was also on our list of to-do items from the select board. And actually at our first ordinance review committee meeting, with all of us were on Zoom, we had a number of town residents complaining about fireworks in the village district, primarily. I told you I hadn't recovered. Okay, so going back to complaints, we also had complaints about people living in their vehicles more than allowed, and saying, I don't have to get a building permit for this because it's a car, it's a vehicle. So if you look at our current definition of recreational vehicle in our current ordinance, it says A vehicle or an attachment to a vehicle designed to be towed and designed for temporary sleeping or living quarters for one or more persons, and which may include a pickup, camper, travel trailer, tent trailer, camp trailer, and motorhome. In order to be considered as a vehicle and not as a structure, the unit must remain with its tires on the ground and must be registered with the State Division of Motor Vehicles. So that's our current definition. So what we're proposing is simply to add a clause to that definition that also requires for vehicles that are self-propelled that the vehicle must display a current inspection sticker. And the reason for that was people were saying that their vehicle was a vehicle even though it wasn't roadworthy. Didn't have a sticker, didn't have all the safety things that you're required to have. So that's what this was designed to take care of. I understand that there have been a lot of concerns that this might somehow impact snowmobiles or ATVs. Has nothing to do with this, because neither snowmobiles nor ATVs are designed for temporary sleeping or living quarters for one or more persons. So I think that takes care of that issue. It's pretty straightforward, and that was the problem that we were asked to look at, and that's what we're proposing.
Okay, is there any discussion on Article 26, sir?
Roger Carabin, and several of us have gone to 2 selectmen meetings concerning this item and the simple wording of the sentence: for motor vehicles that are self-propelled, the vehicle must display a current inspection sticker. Well, self-propelled vehicles opens everything. Anybody in here that has an ATV, has a riding lawnmower, would fall into this. You're saying that this is only into a certain specific area. Well, we asked twice to have the language amended for self-propelled vehicles and be a little bit more explicit, because this could open a can of worms down the road that we're probably not even anticipating right now. That's all we're asking, is to change the wording self-propelled and be more specific. We're not against what they're trying to achieve, but narrow it down and take out all of the doubts about how this can be interpreted. And so therefore, I'm looking for a vote no.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Sir, no. Okay. Again, this is an ordinance. You either vote it up or down. We don't amend the floor. Okay? Susan?
I just want to say we did have public hearings, nobody came, nobody commented. I think maybe the meetings with the select board was after we already finalized it and it had been already approved to be on the warrant. But I think it's pretty clear that it doesn't have any impact on snowmobiles and ATVs. So I would urge you to vote yes, and if you need to tweak it next year, like we talked about with solar, we can always do that.
Anybody else who wishes to speak to this, sir?
Michael Smith. Did we also do a study on how many people you're gonna kick out of, whatever RV they're living in and where they're gonna go? So I'm a simple guy. There's people in town who don't like people living in their RV on their land. Is that what this is about?
The ordinance speaks for itself, sir. You have rhetorical questions.
I'm not. I'm trying to get to the heart of a poorly worded question. I appreciate your interpretation of what I'm saying, but in accordance with the gentleman in front, there's a wording issue. If it's a problem now, you know, and you're solving something immediate that's in danger to the townspeople, then, you know, feel free to vote for it. If it's something that there's debate about, it's poorly worded, you're solving a problem, and the economy is bad, and you're trying to keep somebody out of money because you don't like it, I'd ask you to consider not voting for it.
Is there someone who now wishes to speak in favor of the ordinance? Is there anybody who wishes to speak against the ordinance? Kind of hidden there, dude. You're gonna have to reach for it. Okay.
In terms of the people that are opposed to this, because it's vague and they're uncertain whether or not the recreational vehicles are included or not, the problem that they're having is that just reading the amendment, what you really need to do is to understand that the amendment is tacked on to the sentence of what's presently there. So in terms of their describing what is allowed and what is not allowed, you have to read the whole thing with the additional language. Because the first part, it's already enacted, describes the, pretty well, what you can and what you can't do, and the purpose.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this?
Just as a point of clarification, under our current ordinance, if you're a structure, you have to get a building permit and you have to comply with all the requirements for a structure such as a septic and so on and so forth. So it's not that they wouldn't be allowed necessarily to stay in an RV, but there are certain criteria that have to be met, just like for a regular building. And our current ordinance allows people to stay in an RV for up to 120 days per year. And after 120 days, you have to meet the requirements for residential structure. So I just wanted to put that in context to address the gentleman's comments.
I'll recognize the lady.
Heather Roberts, Cargill Road. I'm in favor of this ordinance. Just to add on to the reason for the language of self-propelled. In the definition, it talks about pickup camper, travel camper, tent trailer. None of those require a sticker. Motorhome does. Just adds clarity to that.
You want to get a mic?
It's the agenda. I'm opposed to it, just for the simple fact that it opens up a big avenue just in the simple language of self-propelled. Because yes, it's not the issue right now, but in going forward, it could be an issue. It just leaves a wide door open. Thank you.
Okay, are people ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor of the ordinance signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Do it by a show of hands. All those in favor of the ordinance, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Let's do it again. All those in favor, raise your hands high. And all those opposed? So, it fails. '27, to see if the town will vote the proposed consumer fireworks ordinance as recommended by the ordinance review committee. It's been moved and seconded. You may have been coming here expecting fireworks, and here it is. Does someone wish to speak to the ordinance?
You guys heard me? Can you hear me? So this is pretty self-explanatory. 2011, consumer fireworks were allowed as a matter of state law, and towns were allowed to pass ordinances. We didn't do that. There have been complaints. There were complaints, like I said earlier, at our first meeting, and I believe the select board have also received complaints. And they were focused in the more densely populated areas of our town, shoreline and village district. So what we came up with is for all districts other than the shoreline zone and village district, fireworks are prohibited every day. This is consumer fireworks and not fireworks that are regulated by the state. They're prohibited every day between 12:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. And for the shoreline zone and village district, they are allowed July 3rd, 4th, 5th, December 31st, January 1st, Memorial Day, 2 days prior to Memorial Day, Labor Day, and 2 days prior from 9 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. the following day, and other than that, not allowed. And there are other regulations that prohibit fireworks over water or from a boat on public property, and on property other than your own or where you have consent. So that basically summarizes what the ordinance does.
Is there someone who wishes to speak against the ordinance?
I think if we're gonna regulate fireworks, it should be regulated for the whole town, not just certain parts of the town where the majority of people that live in those areas are not town residents, you can't vote this meeting.
Is there someone who wishes to speak in favor of the ordinance? Put it in the back. The microphone is coming. Yeah.
This isn't, for or against, I'd like to see something done with the fire department. We have to have a burning permit to do the burning. Some 4th of July, some other times during the summer. It's a real hazard, if you have farmland, as we do. And I think that should be considered a lot more than where you live, is the fact of fire.
Someone who wishes to speak on the issue. What is before you is whether or not to adopt this particular ordinance. All those in favor of adopting the ordinance, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I think the ayes have, and I'll take a show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? The article passes. Article 28, to see if the town will adopt the proposed amendments to the Mount Vernon land use ordinance relating to housekeeping items as recommended by the ordinance review committee. It's been moved and seconded. You are sure it was to see. That could be a good chance to pass it out.
These are non-substantive changes to correct errors and references that are outdated, and the errors are basically numbering. When we went through, when Bob Bernier went through our current ordinance as part of a project to look at reformatting the whole thing, we found some references and numbering errors, and this just simply wants to correct those. This is sort of a down payment on a bigger project that we hope to get to next year. But this is not changing anything substantive.
Somebody wish to speak against the ordinance?
Can I just
Can I add a quick comment?
Sure, but
I know we think the ordinance review committee at the beginning of their stretch of articles, but I just want to add some gratitude. They worked very hard on all of these issues. We appreciate all their hard work. So thank you, Susan. Thank you, team. for all
okay. Any other comments on Article 28? There being none, all those in favor of Article 28 say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The article passes. And I would add, you are really lucky. There are few people in the state more qualified than Susan to do this work. Article 29, see what amount the town will vote to appropriate for the town's 40% share for the replacement of the Lake Hill Bridge. The state had promised 60% participation, and this 40% share is $260,000. Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
So first of all, I think everybody probably knows that the state owns the bridge on the Lake Hill. The town doesn't. Why the state owns it? Anyway, the state owns it. We're not even allowed to patch holes in it. We cannot touch that bridge. We can file it. That's it. The state has decided to close it. The state is going to remove it. However, the town has the opportunity to replace it. So the state said that they would provide 60% of the funding. And they gave us an estimate of, I think it was 2 years ago, for like 1.5 to 1.75 million. Seems like a lot. That is a lot. Why is it so much? Because by state rules, they want to build the heck out of it. So they also said, well, you guys can go have your own engineering done and do your own plan. Okay, great. So we used ARPA money. This was federal money that came in, and I can't remember what it stands for, but the free money we got to spend on infrastructure and broadband. It was the only two things we spent on. So we bought an engineering design. So the engineer done their work. They've done the core samples on the approaches. They've come back and said, hey, we can build a bridge for under $600,000. It's less than half of what the state said. So we said, great. We went back to the state and said, hey, before we write the warrant article, we want to make sure you're still going to fund the 60%. Yes, we are. However, it's got to be done in a certain way, blah, blah, blah. So I'm here to say that because the state is going to insist that they manage the project, the bridge that we could buy for $550,000 is probably going to cost $1 million. I don't think this 260 is actually going to cover the cost of it. However, when the state decides to close it, which they might give us 1 more year, they originally said this summer they're just closing it. And by the way, they're not even going to allow foot traffic. They're going to completely block it. I'm not trying to scare you. This is what the state told us. So we're a little bit concerned that even the 260 might not be enough for our 40% share, but either way, the bridge is going to go away. I think most people seem to think that we should replace that bridge. So that's kind of what we know right now.
Okay.
I have a question. Does anybody know why the state owns this bridge?
Apparently not. I'll recognize Pat and that gentleman. And then you.
So I understand this is not a state bridge, it's a town bridge. But I think recognition needs to be given to Leo, the awesome job that he and his crew did repairing and replacing the Kyle Bridge. It's an engineering marvel, and I can't remember how much it cost, but it certainly wasn't anywhere near what the Blake Hill Road's going to cost. Unfortunately, Lee is not going to be able to do that on the Blake Hill Road. But thank you, Lee. You did a great job.
So as a select board knows, I've been in some of the select meetings lately, and I've asked
once when we gave you our money for the, engineering, and once again at the select board meeting when we were talking to Steve Cole, the engineer. Why don't we just let the state discontinue the road, dig it up, and then ask Mr. Dunn and his crew to replace the bridge at the cost like we did at, Cobble Hill, which I don't believe exceeded $50,000. It would save the town, the taxpayers of this town a lot of money, and it would bring down that $733,000 that we almost appropriated now. Let the lady speak.
I don't want to be Republican or Democrat, and I want to speak in favor of the bridge. We're talking a lot about broadband and communication to the rest of the world, and we're a global village. Please let's take care of our village, the town of Mount Vernon first. If we don't keep the town of Mount Vernon connected, Ronnie and Nancy LaRue, who live on just the other side of the bridge, Ronnie's in the hospital now. They're elderly folk. I'm elderly too, but what about ambulance service? We could sentence these folks to possible death because the ambulance can't get there in time. Are we going to shut off a part of Mount Vernon? I remember when this was a wooden bridge. I used to fish off it decades ago. Can we keep our village connected? We talk about broadband. Can we be so selfish that we're not going to replace this bridge, this connection to the rest of Mount Vernon to Blake Hill Road? My people have been here since the 18th century. They're among the first settlers here in this town. Mount Vernon is very important to me. Thank you.
Gentleman over in the back, and then the gentleman.
Is there not an option to buy the bridge from the state?
Well, to Doug's point, the town can certainly buy the bridge. That would be about $550,000. The way the warrant article is written, Doug, if somebody could certainly amend the article to $550,000, the state would be part of it. If that's what they were.
Okay, and then the gentleman in the top.
Excuse me. I have a question, and I have to speak on it, yes. Did we look at the Blue Lamb Bridge and see about putting one of those in there? Because it's a hell of a lot cheaper. And it's just as strong. I put one in the road I built in Fairfield. It's a test bridge now. It's a Blue Lamb Bridge. It's scheduled for 300,000 pounds a week. Doing very well. And I suspect that there are other issues we need to look at. And to the other comments, remember, it's a state bridge, it's not ours we're there hostage for them to do it. So we kind of, much better if you don't go one way or the other, but I am interested in the movement.
Please.
I was under the understanding from Paul that the state doesn't even have it on that schedule to work on it for at least another 4 years. So the thing is, we can take over the bridge even though they own it. Is that my understanding? As long as we fix it to their standards, they would pay us their 60%.
They're not giving us the option to fix the current bridge. And the reason why their initial price estimate was 1.5 to 1.75 million was because they were going to get into the water, change the abutments. By state DEP law rule, when you get into the water, the waterway, current state laws, you have to widen it by 20%. So the state overbuilding it to the state standards. They take that stream, they widen it by 20%. That's why it's 3 times the price of the bridge that we got quoted. The bridge that we got quoted was
concrete and steel that started like 20 or 30 feet before the thing goes up, over, and back down. So it could be a glue line, just the same, but either way, it's a bridge that doesn't require abutment work in the water. It doesn't trigger the DEP standard of widening the stream.
So that was the impression that I got, that they'd actually be using the abutments to sail. Expanding it with whatever you want, saying you maybe.
So either way, it gets around the state's rule of widening the stream. It's really, really expensive. Really, really expensive. Like even what you could, motion this up to 1.75 million if you want. Okay. I'll recognize you gentlemen over here.
Rex Rolltap, I live on the Sandy River Road down near the chimney. Do we know how much that bridge is used? What does that mean? A lot. So, but there's not been an actual traffic count?
I don't know if the state actually did a traffic count, but I don't think it's used a lot. School buses. I'm gonna recognize this lady because she hasn't spoken before. You ought to be cleaning for that.
Linda Smith, I actually live on the road at that bridge, and that bridge is used a lot. A lot of traffic day and night, and it's a big crossover to get to school. The buses have not been able to use it since the weight limit. It's really important to me to leave that open, and whatever we can do, and George would work it too.
I'd like to say that, I think that we need to be able to take care of that bridge ourselves. It is a very important bridge. We can't trust the state to come up with their money. The road down that curve that was talked about earlier, right down here below the school, we appropriated the money. It was a tough meeting. The town had to reduce all kinds of budgets to come up with a meeting to match the state. And they kept raising the bill, and still not doing it. I mean, they'll say they're gonna pave this road this year, it's in their budget, and then miraculously they don't. So we can't trust the state to hold up their word. So we have to take control of that bridge.
I don't recognize the lady there, someone get her back.
I live on the other side of the bridge, and if the fire department had to come to our house, it's 5 miles more around the other way, and it's only a little over a mile from the bridge to the fire station. And I was wondering, how about the Army Corps of Engineers? Have they been looked at to do anything?
No one has an answer to that question. Someone who hasn't spoken on the topic? Who might have an answer?
So the Army Corps? Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers will do studies. They won't do actual building of for local towns, large bridge. They'll do studies on them, but they won't do the actual building.
So recognize the guy in the back.
Sorry, I was in I guess I was in the government for 22 years. I just have a real hard time understanding that we're issuing an ultimatum that our state government, that we pay taxes to, is gonna look Nancy and Ron and everybody else who love that bridge in the face and just despite them, rip it out.
Yeah.
Then you got that in writing. So I would say, I think we all care about the bridge. I think we all care about the mobility of our town. I can't believe we're faced with pay 200 plus, potentially $1 million, or leave these good folks stranded. I can't believe that's the option, and I can't imagine that Janet Mills or, whoever gets would not listen to our town. But if the bridge isn't falling down, you want to talk about reasonable and fair, come up with a reasonable and fair way for the town to have another solution where our taxpayers don't have to pay more money. I mean, I'd be happy to work on that commission for you.
Mike, basically, the bridge has failed. That's, the study was done by the state, and it's a failed bridge, and that's the reason why they take it down.
But it's not to the point yet where we can't pass over.
If you look at it, the deck is, you can see holes in the deck, so it's a failed bridge.
But so it hasn't, I guess, I plan for a living. Either the bridge failed and it's unsafe, or it's failing and there's a time limit structurally. I'm just trying to comprehend that. I'm not trying to, belabor this whole thing on. If it was failed enough that it was unsafe, again, I can't imagine that we'd be putting our people at risk. So we're either being irresponsible now, or what? I'm trying to be reasonable.
It has failed to the point where they put a 10-ton limit on it. So now, fire department can't drive across it, buses can't drive across it, logging trucks. So, yeah, there is a limit, and once it gets to another point, they will pull it.
Do we have an ambulance or a fire truck that's under 10 tons?
The ambulance can cross it,
Okay.
but the fire trucks can't.
Okay. So we don't have an emergency yet.
Close.
Close.
Okay, Jeff Papa.
I just got a question.
The federal government gave us ARPA money. We used how much of it? 50,000?
89,000.
Excuse me?
89,000.
And how much more do we have left?
89,000.
Could we take that away from the broadband and use that towards the bridge, because that bridge is more important.
What is before you right now is to see what amount the town will appropriate. In this case, for the town's 40% share of replacement of Lakeville Bridge. But I suppose the 40% share could be flexible. So as Paul has indicated, because this is a raised and appropriate, first off, it's not going to be raising taxes. You're going to be appropriating other funds. And then the amount that you appropriate other funds is up to you. Right now, it's set at 260. So if we can keep the date listed on what amount, if any, the town could appropriate, that would help us move on. So,
I just have a question. People that said this bridge is failing,
are they the same ones that said that Hollow Hill one was failing, and then we couldn't even get that old structure out, and we put a new one on top?
The state inspects every bridge in the state, regardless of who owns it. So we have a report, probably put it on the website so everybody can see it, but there is an official state report.
But is it the same people that said that bridge had to be 10 ton, and then when the company that came to put the new one in said this bridge is probably good for 40 ton?
Those people would be the DOT of the state.
Hi, Luke Olson, 18 Pond Road. Just had a quick question. I don't have strong feelings for or against the bridge project. I did want to ask the ladies who spoke earlier, maybe I know the answer to this from what they had said, but I genuinely feel as though I don't know the answer. I'm on that road a lot as someone who's just going from one side of town to the other. And I'm curious for the ladies that spoke earlier, if generally speaking, if through traffic on that road is something that is appreciated or something that is not appreciated.
Linda, you want to answer that? Linda, stand up, please. Thank you.
Okay, I would appreciate it. But it's the, okay, the through traffic is steady. It doesn't annoy me. It annoys me when, the trucks are continuing to go over it, even though we have a time limit on it. But I think that, the actual accessibility would more than make up for the negative.
Are folks ready to vote on this?
I just have a question.
Vote.
Is that all right?
One question, then we vote.
To the select persons, if we vote for this, can we not match the state if we decide to do that and still use the money for me or somebody else to do the job in the future? Or are we restricted to working with the state?
One simple answer is that if you're appropriating from other sources, so you're not raising taxes. But the other thing is if you don't accomplish the appropriation within the next year, it lapses as authority. Okay? So, can we vote?
Alice counts, in that article, it says the money's to be appropriated, but then it says it's from taxes. It's to be taxable.
Well, the language has appropriate, which is, and the bad part in terms of the taxation, simply means that the revenues that were previously raised by taxes, you need to raise and appropriate to make it part of the mill rate, for this coming year. In this particular case, it would be appropriate, and, so it probably have to come from the undesignated fund balance, if any.
What I'm going to suggest is that we don't pass this article because it will take our rates down. It will take that 260,000 out, and it doesn't sound like we would, even if it was appropriated, it sounds like we wouldn't be using it this year and last, so why put it on the tax list?
Well, given that it might take more than a year, I don't know if I would disagree with that, but on the other hand, we can't get the state money until the town passes. Until the town says we're gonna do our part, it's all theoretical to the state. So with grant money in general, the entity that's getting the grant has to do the math, and they have to show the commitment to the math. But the point is well taken, that it might take more than a year, and I suppose this money could last when you're debating it next year. Meanwhile, the roof can swim across the stream to get here, or when they can swim across the stream.
But if we don't pass it, then the state is limbo for another year.
I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favor of appropriating $260,000 for replacement of the Lakeville Bridge, signify by raising your hand.
Don't have to pass the little one saying, so we don't have any more discussion. People still.
No, I have the authority of moderating and moving forward. Jeff just encouraged us, the last time, okay? So those in favor of passing it, raise your hand. And those opposed? The article passes. Article 30, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sum for the 2022-2023 dues for the interlocal agreement for the management of the Belgrade area dam. And the recommended amount is $3,699. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The article passes. Article 31, to see if the town will authorize the use of revenues from the Ordinance Review Committee, the Planning Board, Code Enforcement, Newsletter, and the Appeals Board to help offset expenditures of such departments. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The article passes. Article 32, to see if the town will authorize the select board to sell and convey / advertise property belonging to the town by reason of matured tax liens by sealed competitive bids to be opened in public at an announced time to the highest acceptable bidder, retaining the right to accept or reject all bids at their discretion after first posting notice of such sales and the same places the town warrants of posting. The select board is to give not less than 10 days notice of such sales in the local newspaper with a description of the properties to be sold. The select board is to allow delinquent taxpayers the opportunity to regain their former property until such time as the bid is accepted on the person on the advertised day of sale by paying back taxes, administrative costs, and the interest to the date of sale.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Don't ask me to read it again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes. Article 33, to see if the town will vote to carry over fire, rescue, transfer station, cemetery, public access, TV, beach, and road accounts, unspent balances as department capital accounts, which may only be used by approval of the select board stating purpose and published agenda and minutes, unspent balances in capital funds, specified special revenue accounts, library, community center, aging in place, beach, and athletic, and the general fund contingency account will be carried over to the next year for that same account, and the other non-capital unspent balance accounts will last to general fund. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes. Article 34, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the following sums for these 5 community service nonprofit organizations. And there are recommendations. 30 Mile River Watershed Association, 3,000 sexual polyfunctory assault crisis and support, 574, excuse me. Family Violence Project, 2,000, hospice volunteers, 1,000, senior spectrum, 1,000. The total recommended, and that's what you're voting on, is 7,574. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The article passes. Okay, we've got a boxer now. So, subject to the voters of the town of Mount Vernon having approved a broadband project by a ballot initiative as described, I guess, in the article below, A, to see if the town of voters of the town of Mount Vernon will appropriate a sum not to exceed $200,000 per year in order to service a 20-year bond and/or debt obligation to finance the town's share of the cost of construction of a broadband network in the town as required in order to obtain grant support. The amount of $200,000 is approximately 5% of 2021-2022 fiscal year property taxes. B, to seek and accept matching grants, subsidies, and other forms of compensation as necessary to supplement and reduce the total investment required for the project. And C, to authorize the municipal officers of the town to borrow on behalf of the town an amount not to exceed $4 million through the issuance of a 20-year general obligation bonds or notes of the town for the purpose of constructing a broadband network. It's been moved and seconded. Someone, who's available?
clients to speak to.
Can you hear me? I'm Bill Rosenberg. I'm the chairman of the broadband committee. And first, I want to recognize the members of this committee that have been meeting weekly for the last few months and over the last 3 years. Chuck Wright, just raise your hand with or without a card. And let's see, Ken Elliott, Keith Cowling, Andy Zuniga, Matt Zad. Where's Matt? Okay. I guess he's going to take him. He has a 2-week-old at home that's probably taking his attention. Scott Herrick and Dan Works can't be here. I want to make a few words about the 3 articles. We just read one, and it references another. This has to do with timing. We're not asking for any money today. What we're asking for is to continue this 3-year project so that we can keep our options open to improve broadband for everybody in town. I'm not going to go into the merits of broadband. It's not about that. All this is to demonstrate to the state, to prospective grantors, to prospective companies that would build broadband, that we are interested in moving forward. My involvement with communications technology in Mount Vernon started in 1959 when I was asked to make a phone call from the phone company building down on Pond Road using a crank telephone. And I had to knock on the window to wake up the operator. And then the number I was calling, 16-ring-4, for reading and Bill Durst, was a party line, which some of you may remember. As far as I know, about 1/3 of the town gets its broadband over the same copper wires that I was using back in 1959. And that's what this is really about. I know a lot of folks here currently have good broadband from their cable TV provider, and that's a very big debate. If you read the Kennebec Journal, you've seen lots of articles pro and con. Reedfield voted their project down. Leeds and Maine voted it up. Fayette voted confused. What we're asking here is a couple of things. Our goal is to help the town and the select board determine what it wants. My opinion really doesn't matter. And what the committee's been trying to do is figure out what is the best deal that will be good for the town, save people money, notwithstanding that there might be a tax increase. So these warrants that we're going to be talking about and voting on are what I would call necessary but not sufficient steps to move forward. Let me give you just a quick overview of what the articles are about, and then I'll shut up. So Article 35 is basically, as I said, to demonstrate to the state, the prospective internet service providers, that the select board and we are serious about providing long-term access to affordable, high-quality broadband. Long-term is important to think about because it's not a question of whether broadband is going to be more and more important in our lives. It is. Anybody who lived through the pandemic with having kids at home trying to study, trying to be on Zoom meetings at the same time, trying to make a virtual visit with your doctor. All these things are going to become more and more a part of everyday life, just like using a cell phone instead of a crank phone has become normal. This ordinance that we're talking about, not ordinance, this article number 35 does not approve tax increases. What we're doing is telling you that of the 4 companies that have made proposals to us, any one of their projects can be implemented with no more than $200,000 a year servicing a 20-year bond. Some of the proposals we have would cost $5 million. There's one on the table that would cost 0 capital dollars. Of course, there's a lot of small print and other costs that would come along with that, and we're trying to sort that out
and we will share that with you transparently. Article number 36 gives you a shot to, with all of the information, to decide whether you want to improve a project. That would include taxes, and that vote would be by a ballot referendum, so that you don't even have to show up at a town meeting. You can get an absentee ballot. The goal is to have every person in this town who votes have an opportunity to have a say in this after you've gotten all the information that you need. That voter referendum will give you all the information you need. How much money are we going to get from the state? We expect to get up to $2 million if we're spending $4 million. But we won't be able to apply for any grant money unless we have this favorable vote today on the 3 articles. Article 37 is intended to give the select board, I'll wait till Article 37 comes up. So just to close, there are 4 ifs involved in this process. First, we want to see if the select board is supportive, if the state grants what we want, if the voters approve, and if we find a project that works for all of us. Well, with the moderator's approval, I'll let people have questions and share their opinions.
And I'll let you keep the microphone so you can answer their questions. Who would like, who has questions or comments? We start with you.
My question is, if that wire is run by your house, you have to subscribe to get any benefit from it.
No.
It's gonna be free to the houses. It's not gonna be.
No, if you want to, what I'm saying is if you choose not to subscribe, you don't have to subscribe. If you choose to subscribe, there'll be a subscription fee. And in fact, that's one of the major criteria we're looking at when we evaluate different proposals. Right now, we're looking at a range of fees from $50 to $55 a month for an internet speed standard that exceeds anything that's available in the town today, from cable or from the phone company.
So on top of the tax increase, you have to pay $55 a month.
If the most expensive project goes forward, the average tax increase based on this article would be $9 a month, and the average savings from the prices negotiated with the vendor through the proposal would be closer to $54 a month net, after you take into account getting rid of cable TV, paying less for telephone service, and subscribing to certain internet streaming services. All of this information is available on the website of the Broadband Committee. It's been presented in several public hearings, and it's been addressed in 2 surveys. So obviously it hasn't been enough, and that's why we're not asking for final approvals today. Our job is to educate everybody on something that's been extremely complicated. I said to you, for example, that one of the proposals doesn't cost anything. Well, why don't we do that one? Right? If we can get broadband for 100% of people in town and it doesn't cost anything, well, the reason is the rates per month would be higher than they are today, and the baked-in increase would be 6% a year. So that 10 years from now, we'd be spending twice what we're spending. Whereas some of the other proposals agreed to limit their fee increases to 0 for a couple of years and consumer price index beyond that. So it's not a bumper sticker conversation about what we're trying to do. All we're trying to do is position ourselves to apply for a grant and to come back to the voters with a concrete proposal that you can vote on, up or down.
Doug?
So Chuck and I had a conversation about this the other day. And one of the things when I walked away, I asked myself a question. So last time I bought a cell phone was about 2 months ago. My cell phone was already outdated. Last time you bought a computer, Before you left the store with that computer, it's already outdated, there's a new model ready to go. If we spend $4 million, $200,000 a year for 20 years, we're locked. You are paying that no matter what technology comes along. So if we can get Starlink, or we can get Vernon, or we can get one of these other companies that I know are going to be coming out in the future, we're still locked into the $200,000 a year for 20 years. Take it into consideration, folks. I know you guys have worked hard. I don't disagree that everybody should be able to have internet connection, but I just think it's a huge cost to the taxpayer of the town.
Let me just make two comments on one. The moderator would make the same comment, I'm sure. We're not voting on it. We're not voting on any kind of 20-year commitment to anything. We're voting on being able to take the next step. Okay, this is not a vote to raise taxes. The second thing is, it's not a vote for the town to be locked into anything. Okay, we're not, some of the towns have voted to own their municipal internet service. That's not necessarily what we're voting on. We're looking at it, but we're looking at other options as well.
I'll look for somebody over there. Okay, lady.
I'm just wondering what problem this is solving. What is the percentage of people in the town that aren't able to get internet? I'm low income, and Spectrum is now giving me internet for $10 a month, which was not a possibility 3 months ago, because the federal government has instituted some subsidies to make sure that internet's available. So I'm just wondering, what is the problem we're trying to solve here?
That's a great question. And first of all, I would say all of the proposals we have would also make that low-income subsidy available. So it's not going to change your situation. What is the problem that we're trying to solve is a great question. And the problem is preparing us for the future. And it's also trying to preserve property values. We did a survey of all of the realtors we could find who are listing properties in Mount Vernon on their website. And 8 out of 10 of them said they've lost sales because of bad internet. A third of this town doesn't have internet that meets current standards. It's on those same copper wires that I was making crank phones on 60 years ago. Okay. Another area, if you look at the Northern Lights health system website, they'll tell you that they're looking to more and more internet-based medical care. If you don't want to spend $5 a gallon to drive to Waterville or Augusta for your doctor, you need to have high-speed internet, particularly upload capability. I'm not going to get into the weeds on the technology because I'm not an expert on it, but if you want to be able to go visit the doctor from your living room, you need to have higher speed internet than you have today. I'll give you one last example of what problem we're solving. Based on the American Community Survey done by the Census Bureau on the 2020 census, 16% of women and 18% of men in Mount Vernon work from home. My neighbor wanted to work from home, and his company won't let him because the standards available on his internet are not adequate. The largest professional services firm in the world, PricewaterhouseCoopers, just told its 40,000 employees nationwide that they can work from home. They don't ever have to go back to the office. So their compensation probably averages $80,000 a year per person, and those jobs can be done from anywhere. They could be done from downtown Mount Vernon, but they can't be done for at least a third of the town. And if you just have cable-based internet service, you probably won't be able to do those towns in the near future. Those jobs, I'm sorry. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, I don't know the answer to this, but when I'm reading 25, it looks like it says we're not raising $200,000 a year, but you're giving the authority, if we pass the next one, if we pass the vote at a special meeting, that we will go out and get a bond. So we do have to get that $200,000 a year from somewhere, so you're technically surplus.
First of all, we're not proposing a special meeting to vote on a bond. We're proposing a ballot initiative, which is different. As I said, and we can vote by absentee ballot. We're trying to make this as widely available as anything. Secondly, we cannot get a grant from the state if we do not provide a contribution. By taking this vote today, all we're saying is that if we vote on a ballot initiative, a particular project with particular funding, that that vote will qualify us for the grant. So there's going to be about $400 million, according to Senator King, available to rural towns in Maine. The longer we wait to bid, the less likely it is we'll be successful in competing with other towns, and the higher the cost of these activities will be.
By voting this bill, we are approving expenditure of $200,000.
No, we're not. We're voting to approve a vote on expending up to $200,000. Depending on the project that we come up with, the amount of money the town will have to contribute may be less. What we're saying is the amount will not exceed $200,000. Maybe Chuck wants to explain this better than I can. But we're gonna have to have a special election or vote in November. It'll have to come, well, it'll have to be the next year, okay? It'll have to be it's a timing question that you're raising, it's valid. But, so it's not gonna come from any taxes in this fiscal year under any circumstance, it can't. Okay?
Okay. Yes,
Maybe this question can't be answered right now, but if the town does go through with this project, who's gonna maintain it? Is the
Well,
town,
that's a great.
cost of maintaining this?
Well, there's a couple of options. Some towns have opted for municipal ownership. Those towns typically have town managers, and they're prepared to spend additional dollars to supervise and oversee the project. One of the proposals we're looking at is that. The other three proposals would be totally overseen and operated by an independent company. And, you know, there's pros and cons of both. There's a lot of moving parts in whatever decision comes forward.
are you ready for a vote? Okay. I'm not gonna read this again. You can look at your own piece of paper. All those in favor of Article 35, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed? I think it passed.
Count.
All those in favor, raise your hands, all the way up. Okay, opposed? passes.
What's the proposed account?
63 to 57, something like that.
You're shaking your head for it.
What?
Did you write it down?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I started shaking your head. I'm not trying to be
no,
confrontational, but it'd be nice to know the numbers in the account that is right.
there were 63 in favor, and to the extent that you can see and count, not count, folks. But, everybody who raised their hand got counted.
I think it's important enough that you count them correctly. It's a lot of money.
Well, here's the next piece, Article 36. To see if the town of Mount Vernon will authorize the municipal officers to prepare a ballot initiative to be presented to the voters for a future vote to finalize the selection of a recommended wetland project. A sample of that ballot to be sent to town residents by mail at least 30 days prior to the vote, and announcements to be posted in appropriate locations at least 14 days prior to the vote. Such ballot to describe the project, its ownership, identify the internet service providers, and describe final funding sources and amounts, and timing of the construction, the final associated cost of the infrastructure bill, the expected grant awards and anticipated subscription fees, and other charges to the town or subscribers that may be required to complete and then operate the project. This is actually part of the earlier discussion, as I said. Do you want more discussion on this piece? Or do you want to go for it? All those in favor, signify by raising your hands and we'll count. Opposed? I get 81 in favor, 23 opposed. Article 37, see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to designate up to 89,300 of the federal ARPA funds for the broadband initiative. No taxpayer money will be raised for money appropriated from the tax revenue. It is moved and seconded. If you wish to have discussion, we just go to vote. All those in favor, signify by raising your hand.
Hold on, you had that hand up for discussion.
I thought you were getting ready to go.
She had her hand way up, I had my hand up.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead. As I spoke before, I think that the bridge is a hell of a lot more important than Broadway. I think that bridge is whatever the money is to go. That's all.
I concur with this gentleman, and I believe that we need money for the bridge, and that this money was designated to be used potentially for that purpose, so I would like to see it used for that purpose.
Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor, signify by raising your hand as high as possible and hold them up, please. Opposed? It passes. Okay. We have two articles left, one of which is the vote to increase the property tax levy. The amount being told by the treasurer, that you're filling blank is. The way to change. Okay, recalculate. Stand up and stretch, because you're gonna have to get up and vote by paper ballot.
It'd be a wonderful time to go see the snack people in the back.
I just want to point out that the $260,000 for the bridge, that's not actually going to count against the LD one. We've got a good rate. And then the 200,000 for broadband is not going to count against LD one because we're not actually spending that.
Yeah, it would be kind of close to the.
The 260,000 for the bridge is not going to count against the LD1 calculation because it only appropriated money, didn't raise money. In other words, it comes from a designated fund balance. And the 200,000 for broadband was spent this fiscal year, so that's not counting against the LD1 calculation. So there's 460,000 of that, whatever the big number was later. So, the majority, frankly, of the increases, it has to do with the increased cost of everything.
Gary, grab a microphone for everybody.
$211,769 is the official the tax levy.
What would be the tax levy limit?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
What, okay, in the ordinance or the article, we need the number that the actual tax limit,
Okay.
not the amount by which you are receiving.
That's 952, 175, plus 211,769 is 1,163,944.
Yeah. Not the amount that, we want the limit that you exceed, not the total amount of.
We exceeded by 211,769.
And what's the limit itself that we are exceeding?
Oh, okay. It is 952,175.
The number I thought we had before. Okay, so the number that goes in the blanks is 952,175. That's actually predicated on last year's limit has increased by state funding. And if I understand correctly, you're exceeding that by about 11,000? 211,000. Okay. By your prior votes. Okay. There is one more article after this, with the condition, but stick around. We're not done, okay? So we will now recess for the process so people can vote. And it's a basic yea or nay. Use the green paper that hopefully you still have. Where would you like people to queue?
You have to have yes or no.
Right. You'll know that we're on 98.
Yeah.
Under the trade, and
Yeah.
you have to go back.
So what do we say, yes or no, right?
Yes, if you want to.
No, you don't write, you have
If you say no, then the whole town meeting has to happen all over again. Basically. You want that.
You have to bring your green card up here to get a new ballot. Luke, yeah, come up here.
I'm good for you, Bob. He's getting better.
I have arthritis. But sometimes you just have to keep going, you know, it's like you walk, you know. No, I'm fine. I do it all the time. I go 2 or 3 mile walks, and if I don't, it's even worse. What's it all about? I hate when that happens. Yeah, yourself? Yeah. That was actually better than you have to wait for Right. How's it going?
Okay, can we please come to order? Please take your seats. Gregory, you come here. Be quiet. You take your seats, we'll be back in order. Okay, the good news is that we're not gonna have to spend another 3 hours here. The associated news is the vote on Article 38 was 71 yes, 40 no. So with that, we will go to Article 39, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax only in the circumstances and only to the extent that protected Maine revenues for the fiscal year 2021, including the financial revenue sharing, homestead reimbursement, or adjusted downward, which I think is a moot point. So we will pass Article 39, and we will get to the one that you all wanted to vote on, is to see if the town will vote to adjourn. Is there a motion? Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Come on. Yes.